A very good morning to the dignitaries, respected speakers, guests, and my dear colleagues. I am Dr. Romani Srivastav, a PhD student here at KCDH, a dentist by profession and assistant professor at a dental school in Delhi NCR.
My name is Shekhar Sivasubramanian. I'm also a student at KCDH pursuing my PhD. I also function as the CEO of Vadvani AI. We provide AI solutions across healthcare, agriculture, and education in India.
On behalf of KCDH, we welcome you all to this August gathering for the symposium titled Catalyzing the Digital Health Revolution in India. Today, we bring together an impressive group of healthcare professionals, thought leaders, innovators, and entrepreneurs who are driving the change in the industry of digital health.
Digital health in India has gained a lot of prominence in the last few years. We can address it in multiple ways. The first is often, especially from an academic perspective, to ensure that we have a strong conceptual foundation of the way we address digital health. IIT Bombay, along with KCDH, has done a very basic, simple, foundational work associated with this. It places the patient in the middle. And when you look at the patient in the middle, you can look at it in multiple ways. And surprisingly, the simplest conceptualization allows us to cover everything in digital health. So the first way is the individual turns to be a single person as part of a population. So things that happen to that individual in the population is affected by environmental conditions, affected by proximal matters in society, maybe affected by socioeconomic conditions and other matters. The entire world of epidemiology and public health addresses this space. So problems associated in that space can be best understood when we continue to retain the patient in the middle of this particular problem or the set of problems that come from here. The second is what we call an episode or an interaction between a healthcare professional and the patient. Often called, this results in some symptom elicitation, some diagnosis, and some ability to gather some information about patients. Again, keeping the patient in the middle, we recognize that systems that address the ability to roll out healthcare systems all over India has to address this aspect, which means usability, patient accessibility, multiple languages, multiple cultures, often multiple schools of medicine as well. So an all-encompassing view from understanding and integrating the way healthcare professionals interact with patients becomes very important. Clinical decision support systems, health and wellness centers, urban centers, everywhere where there's an interaction between a community health officer, a medical professional with a patient is fair game. Do recognize that each of these provides an opportunity to gather information. It gathers information which varies in context about the patient, but nevertheless is very important for the patient. The third, of course, is the entire world of tests. Images, blood tests, other forms of intervention that take place, where it is very easy to gather an enormous corpus of information about a patient. When you do that, then you have deep information, which may help, depending on the school of medicine that you belong to, in terms of diagnosing and better coming up with results and treatment regimens. And the fourth and final dimension happens to be in the world of genetics, where you have deep interventions with respect to understanding the genetic footprint, understanding the manner in which maybe proteins get imbibed in the body, different types of structures within the molecular, cellular levels of the human body. A lot of research is taking place there as well. In all four of these, if you recognize that the patient is at the center, and if you build digital healthcare systems keeping this concept in mind, simple concept, but encompasses everybody. So this is one dimension of digital health that if we are true to, we can start categorizing the way we think of problems and solutions in a rather simple manner. Then you can start integrating systems, you can start validating, auditing, and in today's technology, when we use artificial intelligence, you can start determining whether there are underlying problems, whether it's responsible AI, whether it's ethical AI, whether there are biases, whether there's data drift. The entire world of AI rests on a patient-centric approach. The second, of course, is with KCDH and IIT Bombay, you've got this enormous talent pool of both professors as well as students who do deep research. They do research in mathematical modeling, they may do research in artificial intelligence, imaging, humanities, a variety of multidisciplinary approaches, all of which will have some interesting applications in digital health. So that's the second way, the second dimension, the availability of a level of talent in an institute and to leverage that talent to the benefits of society. So the first was a conceptualization of the space. The second is the conceptualization of the resources available for the space. Both of these are necessary but not sufficient conditions for success. And success is only when there is impact. And impact is only when you can make ubiquitous availability of fundamental, ethical, responsible solutions to every citizen of India at the lowest cost possible. If that is the goal, then the third aspect comes in, which is call to action. The ability to translate the research. I just spoke to somebody, and we also strongly believe in this. On the one side, there is a need for us to pursue excellence, and that is noble and correct. On the other side, there is a need for us to start working with existing systems which may not be perfect. So if we encompass this problem and embrace the fact that the lack of digital infrastructure or some gaps in it are our problem, then it's easy for us to look at solutions. But often, sometimes we look at it as, something is not available, etc. But that doesn't matter. That's part of our problem. We have to solve that. So this is the other thing that KCDH is planning to do. Their whole mission is impact-oriented. And the final aspect that I would like to mention is particularly with the use of contemporary AI. I spoke recently elsewhere. It is very, very important as a country and as people of India to try. A lot of people speak about data bias. I speak about analysis bias. So I'm very interested in building a nation, a culture within KCDH as one of the pivotal agencies with the kind of reputation and the kind of student body and the teachers that they have access to really do the work by ourselves here. We need to stop, in my simple scheme, the moment there's a problem, we should not go to Google. We should try taking a pen and paper and analyzing the problem ourselves. So with that, and with the fact that I would like to welcome you all to this August gathering with an enormous amount of full-day events, I will hand back to Dr. Rumani and thank all of you once more for taking the time off and coming to this event. Thank you.
That was very well put by Mr. Shekhar. This symposium here is designed to take us through the landscape of digital health in India with 2 enriching panel discussions, 3 technical colloquia, and essential networking opportunities. Students of KCDH of the interdisciplinary dual degree program as well as the PhD program have showcased their work in the form of poster presentations, which is available in the ground floor and first floor foyer area. Guests and dignitaries and delegates are encouraged to please go through their work and interact with us students during the lunch break. I'd also like to mention that our event here is being streamed live on YouTube. And now, without further ado, I invite Professor K.V. Krishna Rao, Sir, Deputy Director, Finance and External Affairs, as well as Acting Director, IIT Bombay, to please come to the dais and deliver his welcome address.
Good morning to you all, and a warm welcome on behalf of IIT Bombay. In fact, Professor Subhash Chowdhury is supposed to welcome this August gathering today. KCDH is very close to his heart. He is very fond of this. I heard him several times talking very, very positively about KCDH. So he wanted me to firstly convey his best wishes and also congratulations on the occasion of this inauguration. So today's chief guest, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology. He would be joining, I think, at 1 o'clock. He is right now not here in our midst. Distinguished guest, Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, Vice Chancellor of Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. Guest of honor, Professor D. Narendra Ahuja, University of Illinois. And of course, today's special guests of honor, Mr. Rizwan Koita and Ms. Rekha Koita, alums of IIT Bombay and co-founders of the Koita Foundation. Other guests of honor, esteemed dignitaries present in our mess today, our panelists, keynote speakers, alumni, faculty, students, ladies and gentlemen. So very good morning and a warm welcome to you all to IIT Bombay and to this great event of inaugurating Koita Center for Digital Health today. Of course, you may be wondering when this Koita Center for Digital Health actually has started at IIT Bombay, and you must have already guessed. So it is because of the generous donation and support from Koita Foundation, which is run by Mr. Rizwan Koita and Ms. Rekha Koita. So we should actually appreciate their idea of supporting this particular center. And it has come in existence actually in the year 2021. So you may be wondering why it is inaugurated now. So of course we have gone through the period of pandemic, and with a lot of efforts from the team of KCDH, we overcome all those difficulties, established in 2021, and we wanted to inaugurate as soon as possible, but it appears today is the day. Finally, we are here in this August gathering to actually inaugurate this formally, this Koita Center for Digital Health. Of course, KDH is making significant progress towards achieving its objectives, but IIT Bombay, even before KCDH, has a good ecosystem of healthcare. So whether it is our Department of Biosciences and Bioengineering, or the Biomedical Engineering and Technology Innovation Center, or Wadhwani Research Center for Bioengineering, or the recently started Sunita Sanghi Center for Aging and Neurodegenerative Diseases. So they're all greatly contributing to various areas in this healthcare ecosystem. To just name a couple of maybe breakthroughs, discoveries, I would like to list here in this August gathering. So a group of faculty from Biosciences and Bioengineering, they have devised a mechanism in order to develop immune system to cure cancer, that is through CAR T cell therapy, and also a blood-based assay developed by a team led by Professor Samir K. Maji that can detect Parkinson's disease for early diagnosis or as a confirmatory test. These are a couple of breakthroughs I am just listing. And our Wadhwani Research Center for Bioengineering is supporting greatly in technology translation in the areas of diagnostics, therapeutics, medtech, and synthetic biology. Our Biomedical Engineering and Technology Innovation Center, which we call it as BETIC, headed by Professor Ravi B., has actually contributed greatly by discovering a lot of devices for various healthcare aspects. And now we are actually today gathered here to inaugurate this Koita Center for Digital Health, and definitely it is going to boost our contributions in digital health and also informatics in a great way. And it is definitely, we are actually aligning with India's Ayushman Bharat digital mission. Now the center is pursuing research in healthcare applications, data management, analysis, and AI/ML, consumer health and telemedicine, computational biology and bioinformatics, and population health and public health policy. It is also expected to create research and employment opportunities in these domains. Over the past 2 years, KCDH has partnered with several entities, organizations, including National Health Authority, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, UNICEF, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Bajaj Health, and also ICICI Lombard. So the way it is actually progressing, I have no doubt in my mind that KCDH will play an instrumental role in India's efforts in digital health mission. So on this note, I will conclude my talk, and once again, I welcome you all to this inauguration of Koita Center for Digital Health, and also once again thank the support given by Mr. Rizwan Koita and Ms. Rekha Koita in taking this center forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words of guidance and inspiration. It is with immense pleasure that I now invite our distinguished guest of honor, Dr. Narendra Ahuja, Research Professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, Computer Science and Coordinated Science Laboratory, University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Professor Ahuja is a Fellow of IEEE, American Association of Artificial Intelligence, International Association for Patent Recognition, Association for Computing Machinery, American Association for Advancement of Science, and International Society for Optical Engineering. In his illustrious career, he has been the recipient of a number of prestigious awards, such as the Emmanuel R. Pure Award for IEEE, Technology Achievement Award of the International Society for Optical Engineering, TEA Stewart Dyer Frederick Harvey Trevithick Prize of Institution of Mechanical Engineers, and several Best Paper Awards. Sir has authored a number of books, several hundred papers, and received multiple patents. His algorithms and prototype systems have been used by about a dozen companies and organizations, including Industrial Systems, at General Electric, Westinghouse, Lockheed, and Honeywell. He is the founding director of International Institute of Information Technology, Hyderabad, and the founding director of Information Technology Research Academy by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause. Professor Narendra Ahuja.
Good morning. I thought about what would be appropriate for today's talk here, and I have treated KCDH as something that is truly starting today. So to the extent that is true, my comments will also be potentially relevant. Thanks everybody at KCDH for inviting me. So let me begin with my thoughts with what health is about. Most of us don't think of health as a really very broad, multidimensional thing. Usually it means for us something narrow that we have to fix. Yes, there are multiple problems that are covered within health. But the definition of health, as we'll see, is broader than what most of us usually think of it as. And so what I'm going to say are some suggestions about what KCDH could be focusing on, because nobody can do everything. So let me start with a general template that any digital effort on health would have to consider. There are 3 stages. First is when you are trying to treat a health problem. You have 3 stages. You want to know about the patient, what the disease is, what the patient profile, patient history is. Second, what from that data, disease data, what the disease is. And finally, how to fix it. Fix the problem from continuing and fix the problem, the accumulated effects of that problem to date. So in digital terms, that means you want to sense, same thing, but in digital terms, it is sensing, it is representation and reasoning, and finally inferencing. So those would be the terms that a digital paradigm would have to map on different application situations, in this case, health. Now, for a center like this, if we have to deal with all these three, it's almost impossible to cover all because there is so much in each of them. So each of them is a vast field employing thousands of people, both in academia and industry. So it is certainly something that KCDH could confine itself to. But as I will say later, there is more to do, and perhaps there is more novel directions to pursue. So as far as the data collection goes to build the profile, there is the preliminary data collection, namely vitals, non-lab things. I mean, although it's a continuum, but for the purpose of AI and the purpose of digital health, I would divide them into two parts. One is the preliminary or vitals that we all give to the doctor, and second is detailed lab tests, which involve more interaction and longer time periods to get the results. So we all know what the first one is. It's a standard thing of blood pressure, temperature, weight, etc. And then more elaborate, slower tests, X-ray, CT scan, etc., where you have more elaborate procedures. And in each of these cases, in both of these cases, there is a tremendous scope to make these things friendlier. Friendlier means less pain to the patient, more better interfaces, better response time, more detailed results. So all of that is within the purview of automated or assistive data collection. Let me give a few examples, there is so much more that can be done beyond what's indicated by these examples. So, for example, if you want to collect vitals, whether it's blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate, anemic condition, many things like that, you do that without touching the patient. And this is something that is happening today. So you can do it from audio, you can do it from video, from appearance of a face, for example, of a person's skin. You can do it from infrared imaging, how people are moving, how the skin is moving. All of these things are broadcasters of certain vital signs, and you can estimate them using non-contact methods. For lab, similarly, you can go to non-contact procedures from what is today contact procedures. Can we do what X-ray does without actually going through the X-ray machine in the conventional sense? Can we do something simpler? Which requires very often new sensing modalities, because you have to reach inside the body. How do you penetrate the opaque part of the body to get to the bones or other internal diseases? Or can we come up with more informative descriptors of the even more so than what labs are covering today? For example, higher resolution. For example, combining multiple modalities, doing it faster. all of these are very challenging problems, by no means solved. In fact, to say they are solved is a little bit of a exaggeration. There is a lot to be done there, so that can be a very, very active research area. Another example of ongoing research here is just like we are, just like we can estimate various vitals by the units that we are used to, blood pressure unit or oximeter. Instead of doing that, can you, from a distance, do this? And this is not futuristic, this is today's work. So this is something that in my lab we have done, where you look at the face video of a person and estimate heart rate, respiration rate, anemic condition. So, and that is very simple. Just when you do heart rate, what you're looking for is the period at which heart is beating. Now, heartbeat shows up in various ways, including some minor movements in the skin, color changes in the skin. So if you can track them, if you can register them, then you can measure the periodicity, which means you can measure the heart rate. There is another effort that we have done. This is now respiration, where you look at the change in the sound that the breath makes, the movement of the chest, and combine that into a non-contact breathing rate estimator. So problems are that you can take these collected data from multiple modalities and 2D, 3D images, profile parameters, non-visual data, visual data, non-audio data, heterogeneous data, and combine that information into one single whole conclusion about the health of the person. So instead of vitals, you can go straight to the disease. Cough into your phone, and it tells you whether your situation is A, B, or C. A is you rush to the hospital. B is you're okay, but you get an appointment. And C is no problem. You are absolutely perfect, so no need to think about seeing the doctor. So if you can do that for a village, then you save a lot of trouble for the people to go to the city, to the doctor, wait there, just to discover they have no problem. So this is actually a startup that came out of the program that I finished in the government. This is one of about 18 startups that came, that Ministry of Electronics and IT program. So it analyzes the cough to get your, it is now with Apollo, has done clinical trials and so on. Another example is digital pathology, where you look at the images rather than stained tissue, sampled stained tissue, looked through microscope, and then by a pathologist. Instead, if you can take images and do everything digitally, then you get the results pretty fast. Heterogeneous data, where you look at omics, various kinds of omics, genomics, etc. History, images, and various other kinds of patient data, and create a final fused inference from it. Again, this is very much within the realm of things, and lots of open problems. So the point is that if KCDH focuses on these areas of sensing, representation and reasoning, inferencing, in the ways that I just mentioned, the way the world is going, there is a lot of employment for a lot of people for a long time, because we are making sure our health is not the best we can have. So there'll be business for everybody. None of the titles is showing, which is in red, for there is some red filter. But this title, the slide here says that that the summary of today's healthcare is that you identify the process that is causing the symptom that brings the patient to the doctor. I have my nose congested, I am feeling acidic in the stomach, I have fever, all those top level symptoms, they bring you to the doctor, and the doctor says, okay, I'm going to look at this symptom and find out, and this is not just the doctor, the research behind it. Today's healthcare means that you look at the symptom and see if you can somehow make it go away. So that's a knee-jerk reaction. For diabetes, you do insulin. For allergies, you prescribe antihistamines. If you have cough, you suppress the cough. So the point is that you look at the symptom which is visible to the patient and to the others and say, how can I suppress it so that I don't see it anymore, therefore I'm healthy. That's the accepted method. But that is not really a solution, right? All of us probably realize it, although we may not pay attention to this. Why? Because problem is more than what is visible in terms of symptoms. Okay. The human body, even though we see only the symptom, is a vast network of horizontal connections, vertical connections among various levels of entities, organs, tissue, cells, which is also dynamic. As we know that in human body, the cells and then the macro aggregates of them change, they are not there after some days or months or years, depending upon which part you're referring to. But we are dynamic. We are not the same really so many years later. That is a known fact. So there is a dynamism, and it's very complex object, which is dynamic. And it's not really should be a surprising thing because that's how nature works. Nature is not an isolated monolithic thing which stays there like a rock. In this complex structure, everything is talking to each other, from large to small. Everything is a giant connection, a graph of nodes, where nodes are things which are themselves hierarchical. A node is a world in itself. Inside, lots of things happening, and then it's a recursive complexity thing. And they are interconnected and they are dynamic. So even though we go there for a congested nose, the tip of the iceberg is what we are talking about. Iceberg is in there somewhere, all over. Now, as if this is not enough, along with this physical, massive, complex structure, there are other dimensions. There are co-connected networks of energy, mind, emotions, and I can go beyond. They are there. They are making it even more interesting because they coexist with this, with equal amount of connectivity. All of the networks within themselves are complex, but then they also influence each other. So slightest thing, what they say, fly in China causes rain in Brazil, that kind of thing. So in this situation, we are talking about fixing a health problem. So what we see is just a visible part of the large process that is underway. What we see is rooted in something very far away in this complex network. And that effect, wherever it is or how distributed it is, reaches the site of symptom at some point. The disease has been in making for a long time. And the person would realize that, except for the hot water frog effect, person may not getting used to the change, but someday it will overflow, and then they will know. So by suppressing symptoms, you are basically fixing a break in a pipe by blocking it there. But that fixing, so quote unquote fixing, does not stop the burst. It will go to the next weakest spot. So In the meantime, the water will stop coming out and you say it's fixed. We have recovered because the pressure is invisible, only to be discovered a bit later when it will burst with vengeance. So the point is that we are somehow, as a society, fixing health, equating it to fixing the symptoms. It's like we are in some sort of a trance that we mechanically just fix. It's become part of life. Is it because of naivety? People don't realize this? I'm not sure. I think people realize it, except that they are people that don't have time to think about it, or made to not have time to think about it. They are not aware of consequences. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe there is an immediate gratification involved for various players to keep it this way. Whatever the answer, one thing is for sure. I shouldn't say for sure. Another question is it difficult? And the answer is, it is difficult. Because the interconnected multi-network system is too complex to analyze or even trace. Those 4 networks, each of them being a world in itself. Therefore, for all complex systems, science always uses models which serve the purpose for a given need. Now, today's healthcare model, modern healthcare model, for this complex system is like saying the iceberg is equal to its tip. But clearly that's not right. However, the good news is that we don't have to invent anything. These models exist, have existed for thousands of years, developed and validated over eons. You can say empirical clinical trials have been taking place because the reason you take something traditionally is because it worked. So these are labeled traditional approaches, never mind the fact that they have worked. So whichever of them have worked, there must be a reason. And those are model-based, even though they are not called model-based, but they work. They are also sometimes called traditional, non-progressive, ascientific. So my claim is, or my suggestion is for KCDH to look at very low-hanging fruits, lots of them, to pick the lowest ones and create a splash, because they are in the domain of knee-jerk solutions today. People don't know why they work, but they work. So science goal is to take data and theorize it, not to have theory and somehow be adamant on them being right. Data has to prove it. But now we have data that is already proving something. What is that something? So there are lots of ways in which modern methods can be used to explain, to formulate these traditional methods. So this leads to this a potential focus for KCDH, which is to pursue this multi-network model instead of being reductionist to the symptom level. Here are some examples of problems that could be addressed. Specific AI, machine learning, computer vision, pattern recognition, image processing type examples. Formal representation or models of individuals' health. And this is a loaded thing. What is a formal model of health? Once you have the model, it can be in good state or bad state, but there is a model. A bunch of parameters that represent. It doesn't have to be a bunch of differential equations. It doesn't have to be a logical formalism. It doesn't have to be statistical. Whatever it is, it should be well stated and clear. Then can you make it coarse to fine precision hierarchy? Because you cannot handle everything, so you have to do coarse to fine. So you deal with coarse, then go finer and finer. Standard methodology, multi-grid solutions, for example. Can you do this representation? You can extract it from sensors. If you have to invent sensors, invent them. If you have sensors that already are there, you can use that output to create these models. Can you create, instead of coarse-to-fine hierarchy for precision estimation, can you do coarse-to-fine semantic hierarchy? And where semantic means health, whereas the previous thing means computation. So can you have computational hierarchy mapped onto semantic hierarchy somehow? And that doesn't have to be linear. It can be crisscross between the two representations. Can you extend your model to include beyond the 6 or 1 foot radius for our bodies to include environment? Environment means air, water, animals, plants. Because health is a continuum across them. We breathe oxygen. And health is not something that happens overnight, as the symptom may appear overnight, but the symptom has been in the making for a long time. And that is because of cumulative effect of what we do from minute to minute. Can our lifestyle be made conducive to not have health problems? Preventive. And food is there. When you eat, what your food habits are. Do you exercise? Those are the wisdom, words of wisdom that we all hear. But they are really the distributed cause of a disease or good health. And now we can say, no, this is a different sector. But, if we don't do that, then we have to suffer the consequences. Then we have to go and somehow suppress things. And I'm saying this not because of anything else, but because it's very much within the purview of engineering. The same people who are inventing a drug to block something so that the symptom goes away, the same people can also have that model work for us in a more deep way. Can we do it? Can we extend the model to not beyond individual to a population? Yes, people who live in the same geographic area, have same food habits, or same this and same that. We can have a statistical model that represents the averages of this population. If you are given a model and if you're given an individual, can you match them together? Given an individual, what kind of a model does that individual match well so that you can use models' predictions for curing? These are all, if you remove these words, they are all standard problems in machine learning, in sensing, in inferencing, in representation, in reasoning. And then, of course, once you have that whole mapping done, you can have a treatment pulled out. And then you can also see how the model evolves over time, over individual, over a group, over a region, etc., temporal evolution. So these are some things to think about for KCDH to see if we can make a dent, make progress in this relatively unexplored area. Okay, not in place of the other things. Those are also calling for solutions, as I mentioned earlier. The digital sensing, digital representation and reasoning, and digital inferencing. Those are hotbeds, and people can be working on them for a long time. But those of us in the center who want to explore this new direction, where not much is known, except that somebody would say that, yeah, I know that my grandmother used to do this. But then the question is, can you validate that answer? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening talk. I'm sure each one of us had something to take home from it. I now request Professor K.V. Krishna Rao, sir, to please come on stage and present a token of our appreciation to Professor Ahuja. Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Ravindra D. Goody, sir, Dean, Alumni and Corporate Relations, IIT Bombay, to please come on stage in order to welcome Rizwan sir and Rekha ma'am.
Good morning, distinguished invitees, faculty, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a pleasure to join Professor K.V.K. Rao and on behalf of the Institute, welcome all of you to this very auspicious and momentous occasion for the inaugural session of the KCDH, Koita Center for Digital Health. It's really my very pleasant privilege to welcome two very special guests, Mrs. Rekha Koita and Mr. Rizwan Koita, are very illustrious alumni of the Institute. I would say alumnus and alumna of the Institute, to be technically correct. These are also our very cherished members of the IIT Bombay family. As Professor K.V.K. Rao has already highlighted, Rizwan and Rekha are the founders of the Koita Foundation and have very generously contributed to the establishment of the Koita Center for Digital Health a couple of years ago. I started during the pandemic time, and through various approvals at the Senate level, there are formal academic programs as well as partnerships with various hospitals. I must indeed, on behalf of the Institute, express our sincere thanks to Rizwan Koita and Rekha Koita. Of course, their sons, Sahil and Samad, are they also here? Yeah, so we'd like to welcome them as well to this auspicious occasion. Just in terms of, echoing Professor Rao's sentiment, I think in many ways this center, which was established a couple of years ago, is indeed a very, I would say, an exemplar of alumni's tremendous support to various aspects of institute growth. As you may have heard, just in a month ago, when the QS rankings were out, IIT Bombay has jumped 18 spots from where it was in 65 in 2022 to now breaking into the top 50. We are currently ranked at 47 in the engineering and technology domain. While we can be very proud about it, I must acknowledge that alumni have been very, very strong stakeholders in the Institute's growth. And specifically, I would like to say that this generous contribution from Rizwan Koita and Rekha Koita has indeed set the path for the Institute to grow along a different dimension altogether in the area of digital health, which is a much, much needed and a much, I would say, important initiative. So I would really like to express our thanks to Rekha and Rizwan for the selfless contribution toward the successful fruition of this center. While all of us do know them very well, it is just befitting for me to formally introduce both of them to this august audience. Ms. Rekha Koita earned her Bachelor of Technology degree in Metallurgical Engineering from IIT Bombay in 1992, where she received the Institute Medal for graduating at the top of her class. She then went to pursue her Master of Science degree in Material Science from the Carnegie Mellon University in 1994. She earned that in 1994. Ms. Rekha worked as a management consultant at Accenture for over 8 years, where her key focus areas included operations and human resources. Based on her experience in management consulting, Ms. Rekha has conducted several corporate training in business consulting for leading Indian and multinational organizations for over 10 years. She has also conducted training workshops for social enterprises and NGOs on business process optimization through technology. Ms. Rekha was conferred upon with the IIT Bombay's Distinguished Service Award in 2019 for her stellar contributions towards the advancement of the Institute. She was also felicitated last year at IIT Bombay's Gen Zero Women event that recognized and honored our women alumni for their exemplary accomplishments in their chosen fields of work. On the other hand, Mr. Rizwan Koita is the co-founder of CTS Tech, a healthcare technology company that became India's 25th unicorn in 2019. He earned his Bachelor of Technology degree in Electrical Engineering from IIT Bombay in 1992 and a Master's degree in Electrical Engineering and Computer Science from MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, ranking #1 in both those programs. Before becoming an entrepreneur, Mr. Rizwan worked as a senior consultant with McKinsey & Co., advising corporations on business strategy and operations. He then founded TransWorks, now Concentrix, one of the first BPO firms in India, which was acquired by the Aditya Birla Group in 2003. Mr. Rizwan is the recipient of the prestigious Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Award and the recipient of the 2002 Indo-American Society's Young Achiever Award in Business. He is on the board of NABH, India's leading accreditation organization for hospitals, and also on the advisory board of several NGOs. It is truly an honor to be in the presence of these two esteemed individuals who have contributed immensely not only to their own careers but also to their alma mater. Ms. Rekha and Mr. Rizwan, I welcome you both once again, and indeed thank you for this very generous contribution that you have done. This is more of a formal reading of their accomplishments, but just on a more informal note and on a personal note, I would say that although they graduated from IIT Bombay in 1992, I would say that they have never really graduated from IIT Bombay. Indeed, that doesn't mean they are backloggers, for sure. But they have been in touch with the Institute so passionately. Several initiatives that have been established at IIT Bombay, to just name a few of them, the Wellness Center, the Students' Wellness Center, which was so passionately driven by Rekha. She was involved in setting that up and being able to work with IIT Bombay to promote the well-being of students on campus. The Cafe 92 through her batch, the very nice little restaurant that's just behind the lecture theater, the very creative menu which students can have a very nice ambience while they attend lectures. Likewise, the Koita Center for Digital Health that was jointly established by both Rekha and Rizwan. I think, we continue to spar on a number of things. They're so passionate about various initiatives about their alma mater and promoting various initiatives at the alma mater. That's indeed a delight to interact. It has been a great delight to interact with them on several forums. I really would like to say this on behalf of the director, the deputy directors, and the institute administration that, donors do contribute and establish various nice initiatives in the institute, but to be able to continuously stay engaged in a very passionate manner, to continuously promote and drive those initiatives to make sure that they lead to fruition is something that we have really learned from Rekha and Rizwan. And really this is something that the Institute would like to express its sincere thanks for a continued support, a continued connect with the Institute just to help it grow, which is what we see the Institute as of now being ranked number 47 globally in the engineering and technology domain. So once again, my sincere thanks. I would like to welcome both of you to kindly step onto the stage and accept a small token of appreciation from IIT Bombay.
Can I request Samad and Sahil Koita also to please join us on stage? I now request Professor Guri sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Rekha and Mr. Rizwan and Ms. Rekha Koita, please. Can I now request Rizwan sir and Rekha ma'am to please say a few words?
First of all, thank you very much to IIT Bombay for all those kind words. While we've been it's been a personal pleasure and privilege to be part of the Institute for such a long time. I can almost say that whatever we've done is just a small fraction of what we've gained from the Institute. When people ask me personally what was the defining moment of my career professionally, and to some extent even personally, because I got married to Rekha, who I found on campus, I would say that being at IIT Bombay was truly perhaps in each of our lives we need a few pivotal moments to really take us to the next level, and IIT Bombay does make it to at least one of the top few moments of my career. So whatever I have been able to do for IIT Bombay has been out of just sheer gratitude and just the sense of obligation to what the Institute has done for me directly as well as in indirect ways. I've in a sense, personally, the business I started, my co-founders have been from IIT Bombay. So in a sense, even professionally, just the fact that IIT Bombay, for each one of us who's been at the Institute, gives us such a tremendous, not only knowledge in science and technology, but enables us to build such strong personal relationships with people, and it teaches us so many foundational, life learnings which carry us through. I think we have a lot to be, very grateful for. Coming to the center today, I was per chance got into the business of digital health about 20 years back. When we started this company, at that time we were just three of us, as I mentioned earlier, all of us IIT Bombay alums. And we thought that there was a business opportunity to make some money in the area of digital health. So in 2005, we set up this company called CTS Tech. And then fortunately for us, the timing was great. And, the company, you saw some of the statistics here, has become quite large now. And I had the pleasure of the opportunity to run CTS Tech from 2005 to 2021 as the chief executive. Along the way, in addition to the financial success of the company, I think what was the learning for me was how digital health has played such a transformational role in the enhancement of healthcare globally. And to me, if you look at healthcare in a country like India, which probably has just a fraction of the resources that are there in the Western world, what you will find is that we can make linear progress, adding more doctors, adding more beds, adding more hospitals. But if you want to truly transform healthcare in a relatively short period of time, we'll need to think of non-linear ideas. And the infusion of digital solutions in the business of healthcare is going to be one of the most critical aspects of achieving this non-linear transformation, if not the most important. And with that in mind, in 2000, in the midst of the pandemic, we approached Professor Shubhashish to explore the possibility of setting up a center for digital health. And I would say that it was his foresight and leadership and excitement that enabled us to do a lot of the groundwork, including meeting faculty, engaging with a whole bunch of folks on campus,
It was all in the midst of pandemic, so we had to do it, on VC and remotely. And I would often joke with Rekha. I said it's easier to interact with IIT when we are on VC than we had to show up in person in Powai, because coming to campus, although very pleasurable, can always take a lot of time through the Kanjurmarg traffic. So we were spared some of that effort during the pandemic, and we were able to make a lot of progress. And then finally in 2021 we did an MOU, and I'm so happy with the progress. I know Professor Ganesh is going to talk a little bit about the progress that we've had so far, but it's been very gratifying to see the progress. I think the opportunity for IIT is tremendous to play a leadership role in the emergence of a very new field. And being the #1 engineering college in India, it can truly set the benchmark and standards for how it can collaborate with hospitals, medical institutions. We have the privilege of having Dr. Kanitkar here from MUHS. We have the pleasure of having Dr. Gokhale from the government, as well as Dr. Pramesh from Tata Memorial here. So we couldn't have had a more illustrious company, and examples of the kind of things that IIT Bombay can do in collaboration with such institutions to be able to truly create a program which allows students to learn about digital health. It enables them to work on real-world problems. It enables faculty to start engaging with hospitals, with doctors, and as Professor Ahuja mentioned, I think there are a lot of low-hanging fruit. Often when you start something in a new field, the opportunity to be able to do something meaningful is much larger, because you are entering a space which nobody else has tackled before. So I'm quite optimistic about the role that IIT Bombay and the Center for Digital Health can play in fostering digital health innovation in India. And to me, the biggest opportunity for IIT Bombay and for KCDH, which aligns very nicely with our foundation objectives, which is to accelerate the growth of digital health in India, is if KCDH can become a blueprint of how engineering colleges around the country can collaborate with hospitals, doctors, other healthcare organizations to be able to create programs which will then enable India to truly achieve its objectives. And I personally feel super excited about how India can not only play a role for helping, rather digital health can not only solve the problem in India to help Indians, but a lot of the innovation and frugal innovation that India can do, much like it has done with UPI and with Aadhaar, I think we can lay the foundation of innovation at global scale. So all the best to IIT Bombay and to the KCDH team. We're really excited to be working with all of y'all, and look forward to sort of taking whatever momentum we have gathered so far in the last year and a half, and really accelerating that to be able to achieve our objectives. And thank you very much. It's a Monday morning, and for all of y'all to take the time to be here today is really a lot of gratitude to all of y'all to be here. So thank you very much for that as well.
Hello, everyone, and thank you, Professor Goody, for that very kind and overwhelming introduction. As Rizwan mentioned, KCDH is set up in line with the mission of our foundation, and really our vision when we think about the center, our dream and vision is to see it as one of the leading centers in India and hopefully known internationally also. And I think what really excites us is that the fact that KCDH is housed in IIT Bombay really makes it possible to kind of believe in this vision, because at IIT Bombay we have this unique opportunity of the faculty we have across all the disciplines, and the partnerships with industry, with hospitals, with clinicians to really kind of drive research and cutting-edge innovation and entrepreneurship, because again, we have a huge startup ecosystem also at IIT Bombay. More than that, I think very important aspect is just the students, right? The fact that we have some of the best minds over here in terms of students. And here through our academic programs, Professor Ganesh will be giving the update, but we have started the interdisciplinary dual degree program, the PhD, and we'll be starting a master's program soon. So through all these programs, we have the opportunity to hone some of the best minds and create that cadre of professionals who can truly create the impact and fulfill that dream of improving the quality, affordability, and accessibility of healthcare throughout the country. And before I end, I think I've just got a long list of thank yous. There are so many people. We are so grateful to be able to stand on the stage and have this gathering today. Firstly, Professor Subhashish Chaudhary. We came up with this idea. It was in the middle of the pandemic. It was something very different, and really grateful for all his openness in supporting this initiative. Professor Ravi Gudi, who has been involved and very supportive, and the entire DRF team, Ravi Shankar, Nidhi, Gayatri, who have been there from the beginning and who have really held our hands and helped us through the process. To Dipti and her team for organizing today's event and making all the arrangements. I'd also like to express my gratitude towards Professor Rinti Banerjee, who is sadly no longer here with us, but played a very instrumental role in the early days when we were setting up the center. We could not have done any of this without Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, for all his leadership, and I think the energy and enthusiasm that he brings to the table is truly something commendable and infectious. So it spreads across the whole team, and everyone is geared up to take on more and more. Dr. Prasad, Dr. Bhagwati Prasad, who has really been holding the team and everything together. We have a wonderful team of faculty who have been associated with us: Professor Pramod Wangikar, Professor Siuli Mukhopadhyay, Professor Souvik, Professor Amit Sethi, who have been part of our core team, and as well as a number of other associated faculty members. There are many, there are, I think 30 or 40 of them. I cannot name all of them, but truly, truly grateful to everyone who has contributed in every way. And of course, I cannot, end this without really thanking the team, the team who has been working at KCDH, Wind Beneath Our Wings. So we have Smita, who has been there right from the beginning, Rashmi, Venkat, who's here. He was one of our first, I think, employees. And we have Seema, Viditi, all of them. Big, big thank you to all of you. And also to the team from Dream Space India, who has put together a very nice office, which we just inaugurated earlier today. Thank you, everyone, and looking forward to a great future for KCDH. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Your pioneering contributions in the field of digital health and the support for KCDH is truly unparalleled. I'd like to say a quote: "It's not the ship so much as the skillful sailing that ensures a smooth voyage." On that note, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce our professor in charge, Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, sir. Sir is also Institute Chair Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Bombay, and his research interests are data efficient and compute efficient machine learning with applications in machine translation, OCR, and computer vision. Sir, I invite you to the dais to please address the audience and present highlights of KCDH.
Thank you for this warm welcome. Again, my heartfelt gratitude to all the distinguished guests here. We just have Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, the Deputy Secretary, who arrived. Welcome. And all my faculty colleagues. The background set by Mr. Rizwan and Ms. Rekha have actually made my job easy. I'll be very brief. The Koita Center for Digital Health, we are proud to be the first of its kind in the country, thanks to the generous contribution from Rizwan and Rekha. While bringing systems thinking, which is the engine that actually fuels the entire IIT Bombay curriculum, we want to make this big difference to the healthcare space, systems thinking, which Dr. Ahuja also referred to. And while we have had lots of interactions with hospitals in the past, we are also providing an anchor where the Tata Memorial Hospital, represented by Dr. Pramesh here, and many other prominent hospitals, AIMS, we are bringing continuity to the interaction and also enable translational work through other centers that exist that Professor Rao mentioned, WRCB, BETIC. So we would like to complement them in the digital health space. Very interestingly, the expertise we bring to the table, which is engineering and math expertise, should complement the clinical and pharma expertise that we have through lots of digital health partners today. We make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel. So we also have a facility for professors of practice, adjunct professors from leading medical institutes to actually teach courses here, guide us as part of the advisory board members. We'll come to that soon. So we have health tech hospitals, health tech organizations, and then government and state, both state and central. We have an MOU with the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, but we've also been working very closely with the Maharashtra Educational and Drug Development Department to ensure that the work we do here can reflect in the state and central government initiatives. I talked about the advisory board members. We're very proud to have Professor Narendra Ahuja here, Dr. Pramesh, and several leading directors of hospitals. Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty will be addressing us very soon. We have also members from the National Health Authority, Mr. Basant Garg, the director of AIMS, and also faculty of international repute at universities like UIUC, Professor Ahuja. We also have Dr. Brahmar Mukherjee and several notable personalities from Stanford University and so on here. The other very important foundation we have is our faculty members. And as you can see here, our faculty members who are associated span different departments. We have Professor Sylvie Mukhopadhyay from math. She brings in the expertise of biostatistics. We also have faculty members like Professor Souvik, several faculty members from BSB, Professor Ashutosh, Professor Soumya Mukherjee from biosciences. So it's a long list. I'm sorry, I'm not able to cover everyone here. We have faculty from chemical engineering, Professor Pramod Wangikar, Professor Sarika Mehra, who bring expertise from omics. We also have Professor Shantanu from BSB, who brings the omics expertise. Now, when these faculty from diverse departments come to these interdisciplinary centers, what are the possible outcomes, right? One of them has been our continued interaction with the National Digital Health Mission to help leapfrog what Aadhaar, right, UPI did in the digital payment sector. We are now trying to leapfrog and assist the National Health Authority by creating systematic training programs. We had 2 extensive training programs hand-holding at the level of several bureaucrats, where the entire health stack that is offered by the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission is offered. And we also benefited significantly from National Cancer Grid, the expertise that Dr. Pramesh has brought to the board in our interactions there. The other very interesting outcome was this: when these faculty members came together, led by Professor Sylvie Mukhopadhyay, and I was a co-PI, we had this National Disease Modeling Consortium, thanks to initial grant from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, that again was referred to earlier as one of our partners. This National Disease Modeling Consortium is, of course, very important given the COVID crisis that we went through, but instead of just being a knee-jerk reaction, this is poised to actually lead the modeling effort across different verticals and horizontals in the country. The primary objective is to build institutional nucleus for the country's disease modeling ecosystem, capacities and capabilities to grow, to generate subnational disease burden and impact estimates. Now, the other important point here is we got support right from the National Health Secretary, Mr. Rajesh Bhushan. We have Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Deputy Secretary, and the DG ICMR, Dr. Rajiv Behel. The 3 of them actually are helping guide us through an advisory council right at the top. The areas we have embarked upon are tuberculosis, malaria, vaccine preventable diseases, and neglected tropical diseases. We also have several consortium partners both within India and also consortium partners of repute outside India who are bringing the India-centric view of the modeling initiative. Again, Professor Sylvie Mukhopadhyay is the main PI. I'm a co-PI for this project, but there are many faculty members associated from the list that I talked about earlier. Besides this large initiative, there are many other complementary areas. Omics is going to be very important, even if you want to do disease modeling. So we have from a healthcare, ranging from healthcare applications to computational biology and bioinformatics and population health and public health policy. 6 broad areas that were identified when we embarked on KCDH. And thanks to the initial interest, we also had a call for proposals. We received several dozen proposals. The mandate was that there must be a digital health partner, a hospital, who would actually make sure that the project's feet are on the ground from the day one, right? And not bring them to practice in retrospect, bring them to practice by design. And of the several projects that were submitted, that went through significant peer reviewing, these projects were selected, and as you can see, they span different areas, ranging from CT scan, MRI, to simple things like digitization of health records. On the other hand, these also span multiple hospitals, several of them from Tata Memorial, but we also have representation from AIIMS and Narayana Hridayalaya and KEM. On the academic front, Ms. Rekha talked about this interdisciplinary dual degree program. That's actually been a very successful model, where we bootstrap around the BTech cohort that we get from different departments. They get a chance in their 4th and 5th years of their BTech to actually add a dual degree. And this dual degree is in health informatics, as far as the Koita Center for Digital Health is concerned. That's going pretty well, and we have seen at least 2 batches. The first batch is about to graduate. We also have a minor program where there can be a minor tag on health informatics, along with the major stream that a BTech student already has subscribed to. We have a PhD program. Now we're going to have the 3rd round of interviews, and we're very proud that our PhD cohort actually spans not just those with engineering and science background, but we have several practitioners from the healthcare sector, which means we have clinicians, we have doctors. And it's important that our first full-time faculty member, Dr. Kshitij Jadhav, he himself is an MD in pharmacology, and he did his PhD in neuroscience. So he actually has brought both the expertise from both streams to the table, and is actually also very important beacon light for us. So the future directions for us, we want to help the National Health Authority, as well as the efforts at other hospitals, the KCDO, Koita Center for Digital Oncology, through this Health Information National Database, HIND. That's something we are very passionate about. And that will actually act as a fuel for omics research. And again, Professor Ahuja talked about leapfrogging through very fundamental understanding of the entire ecosystem, the biome itself. And omics plays a very important role there. We're also trying to make sure that the reinvention of wheel, as far as machine learning tools, AI tools, is enabled through open sourcing. So we have a platform called Decile Data Efficient Learning, which is used extensively in other spaces. And now we've embarked on MedDecile, making that possible. Data efficient learning, compute efficient learning, making the process of labeling a lot more smarter and systemic. Besides that, there are several high impact partnerships. Like we had a call for proposals the first year, the second year we're going to have a call for proposals in partnership with the Johns Hopkins University. We have representatives from the center of the Johns Hopkins, which is actually based out of India, to help the research ecosystem in India. We are part of the BAMNI consortium, which is an open source platform to enable the digitization of health records. Again, in collaboration and an extension of this entire health record, making them conversational, making it easy for doctors to actually not only ingest data, but also use it to train the staff through conversation. That's something that Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty has brought to the board. And then 10-bed ICU and Max Nanavati, there are very interesting projects on ML-based prediction for limb salvage surgery. Some of them are being led by Dr. Kshitij Jadhav. Can you switch to the next slide? Very soon we will possibly have a bunch of awards announced around large language models. But we already embarked on the use of large language models in the healthcare sector. That was a reference to 10-bed ICU, the previous slide. So the potential areas of partnerships are largely infrastructure, where I talked about this national disease database, the research partnerships that are very promising projects in progress, and we also have this MOU signed with MUHS, thanks to Dr. Kanitkar here. And then there are also faculty positions where we actively seeking faculty positions. So we've been going around the world and India trying to entice people to join us. Student internship and placement, that's a big opportunity we have in the afternoon. Panel discussion with startups. So request the students and the startup leaders to actually talk to each other. Also, these students will also be the seed for entrepreneurship in the future. And finally, we are also interested in creating several student amenities on the campus. Thank you very much. With this, I'll conclude.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your leadership. It is pivotal for the growth of KCDH. I now welcome amongst us a very distinguished, beg your pardon. We now acknowledge the presence of a very distinguished guest amongst us. Please join me in welcoming Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar ma'am, who very graciously agreed to be a part of this event for us today. Ma'am is Lieutenant General Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, PVSM, AVSM, VSM, has assumed the prestigious appointment of Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, Nashik. For his distinguished service, ma'am has been awarded Param Vishisht Seva Medal in 2022, Ati Vishisht Seva Medal in 2018, Vishisht Seva Medal in 2014, and condemnation by Chief of Army Staff in 2000, 2003, 2004, 2012, and condemnation by GOC in 2008. Honorable Vice Chancellor ma'am is a pediatric nephrologist by training who has done her postgraduate in pediatrics from Mumbai in 1990, training in pediatric nephrology from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, followed by fellowships in NUHS Singapore and GOS London. She has also completed her FAMER Fellowship in Medical Education and has been a guest speaker at various national and international conferences. Ma'am has been professor and head of Department of Pediatrics at AFMC and also the dean at her alma mater. She has over 22 years of teaching experience and has been awarded the Best Teacher of MUHS in 2008. She has guided several postgraduate students and is known for her work on student welfare. Ma'am, I request you to please come on the dais and say a few words.
Distinguished guests and all the people attending this symposium today. At the outset, I'd like to thank KCDH for inviting me here as a distinguished guest. But honestly, I come in a very different capacity. I was going to attend first as a student who wants to learn, who wants to see what this whole institution and how we can work together. After near 40 years of serving in the healthcare space and realizing that we still have lots of gaps to fill, I feel that the only way to move from a path of illness, which Dr. Ahuja just mentioned, to a path of wellness is we have to all drop our eyes and bring in a we, and that is how we will progress. So that was my first intention of coming here as a student. The second intention was to really appreciate, admire Rekha and Rizwan for doing what they have done, because I think we all need to, most of us We look at problems and we give up. We don't give back. And this is a true sign of having given back. And I think that was my second reason. And the third reason is that how I, as the Vice Chancellor, can bring with me 496 colleges, students who are far from this field of digital health, who are actually the health givers, because we've always worked in silos. So creating and joining in, we've done, and my first was an MOU with IIT, and that was when I realized that we share common dreams, common vision. And that is when I invited Rizwan. He kindly came down along with Surabhi to Nasik, and our first program of creating capacity building, they're helping us to develop such a program. So that was the third reason, and I hope to sign a formal MOU so that we have students coming to KCDH beyond the IIT Mumbai. So these were the three reasons. But I also thought, since I get an opportunity to talk to you, I thought I would share what I think of KCDH. I think that it is a ray, a drop of golden sun. I think that is what we all need. We need sunshine. We all are only talking of how things are bad, how things don't work out, but we also need institutions like this where we come together with this golden ideas, because we saw that it was exactly us where the world thought we'd do badly. COVID showed the world that we can do great when we work together. And that is why I thought I will share that I think KCDH has helped and shown people the way that all of us can find our ikigai, a purpose where what we do is not just for ourselves, but it needs to go beyond ourselves to the community and what the world needs, and at the moment, India needs. And I think this is why it is a great pleasure to be here today. And I think when we go, we are all worshippers of science here, and very correctly brought out that while we learn the science, we need to practice the art. We need to make it available and translational, so we need to have our heart and head in place. And that is only when we'll find a reason and a purpose for our work. So today we are faced with a lot of challenges. The challenges are that we have compartmentalized education. I mean, we are talking of digital health in IIT with all the engineers, but where are the doctors? It's very nice that, Kshitij and people have joined in, but can we really get it and catapult it and really be disruptive by coming and working together, by understanding each other's problems? It's nice, like very correctly Dr. Ahuja said, we need the data. But what is the problem of all our busy doctors? How can we look at new ways? And I was just thinking this morning that by the time a patient actually comes to the doctor and gets to see him, forget the wellness, even for his complaint, there are probably 30 contact points. If we just sat and talked to each other, we can be able to digitize those ways and make that experience a patient-centric and a beautiful experience. So we also have no place for new ideas. We work in workplace silos. There are financial constraints, but most of all, there's lack of mentorship. And I think KCDH has a huge role to play, and each one of us here, faculty members, and with me, can I see how many, I think we've brought a lot of doctors, clinicians who have come to this meeting with this aim that we need to come together to find solutions. And what are the opportunities? We've already seen them. There's the national health, which has now become center stage. Digital health is the future. A startup culture is encouraged. We can even do that among health professionals. We can do and join and have co-working spaces. And India, with its young population, more than 65% of our population is below 35 years of age. The world is looking at us. So I think this is a great opportunity and a growing economy where we can work as partners for this. So therefore, while taking on these opportunities and the changing paradigms in healthcare, I mean, this was something I thought even before I came to MUHS, and I'd put it down in my vision map. Little did I know that already 2 years before I could come to IIT, KCDH was already doing the job that I envisaged. And this is the reason that I thought it was a fantastic opportunity, because when I met Dr. Chaudhary, the director here, I said, look, everyone is combining. IIT Kanpur wants to build a medical college. IISc Bangalore wants to bring up. That takes 5 years. We've got 496 colleges. Why don't we start working immediately from day one? So I think we need to look at such kind of disruptive and work together, because this is the changing. And these are the disruptive technologies which our healthcare students also need to know about and become part of it. From the beginning, we need to speak the same language. We don't understand each other. So I think this is where, including whether it's GIS, telehealth, all these issues, we need to start with our undergraduates. We need to catch them young. And with that, we hope to start joint programs to do that together. We are looking at what the concept of One Health, and Dr. Rajesh Gokhale is here. This is coming up as a huge mission from top down, where it's going to be interministerial. But what about all our inter-colleges? We address all our research in our top, the metro cities and the large institutions, whereas One Health is happening in the periphery. Shouldn't we have networks which go across and we bring in data right from the grassroots, which is a country which is so diverse? So I think this is where, and SARS-CoV-2 has shown that it could be anything like that. So the security of the country is no more the soldiers standing on the front line. But I think we need to use intelligence and these kind of methods to do that. When we look at precision medicine, being a member of the PM STIAC, I would like to highlight that Bioscience for Human Health, and Dr. Rajesh here is spearheading that, and we are looking at, but it needs to also not go beyond generating data, generating more and more precision medicine, but we need to start analyzing for the problems that face our country. We've not yet brought out translational value for that. Telemedicine, we've seen how during COVID, and I was lucky to be part of the committee with Dr. Vinod Paul, and we pushed out the telemedicine guidelines literally in 3 weeks, and that changed the whole paradigm. In 3 weeks, another 3 weeks, we set out a separate Sehat module for the armed forces. As DSIDs, I could do that. So this is the future. When I look at some of the data, look where we stand, and this is this thing by Deloitte, that virtual health delivery, digital transformation, health equity, sustainability, and more important, the workforce. The world is going to look at our workforce because they're no more going to have, they're going to have an aging population, and they're going to look at Indians. So can we really transform education and look at the market that is likely? So I think basically I would like to say that freedom lies in being bold, not going on the treaded path that we are all used to, but thinking out of the box and jumping to larger fear. So what can we do to use this opportunity? I think first is catch them young as early and enthuse them with choices. And this is not just the IT sector or the engineers, but I feel this should be across to the medical graduates as well. We need to create an ecosystem with role models in colleges, and that is what we are trying to do at MUHS. Train them well with options for funding to think of finding solutions for the problems of the nation. And that is why we can have a health, I call it evolution. Not just we don't need a revolution, we need the evolution. And I think it's going to be an evolution which is there for the nation. And I think we need to teach our students, even from the medical, and this is a slide I just picked up today, I'm making for the All India Institute, where I'm addressing that my medical students want to be like the horses who have blinkers on the side and know they have to do a UG, a PG, and a healthcare and a super specialization, or do we want to find solutions to problems? So this is something that one would like to encourage students. I've had the joy of serving. I always feel very proud of being a doctor, a soldier, and a teacher, all three in one. But more important, above all, I'm a proud Indian citizen, and it is nice to see the whole hall is full of that. And here, Rizwan and Rekha have shown us the way that this is what we finally need to do. And I think a vision without action is just a dream. So there's no point just having a vision. And action, the second in an action without vision is just a job. All of us keep doing an action without things, but an action with vision can change the world. And I assure you, each one of in this hall is here to have an action for the vision so that we can change, for the world will follow us, because we as Indians will bring about the change. Jai Hind, and thank you so much. Before where is the bag? Can I have the bag? Yeah, can you give the bag? I just wanted to have a small, this thing. No, come here, bring the whole thing. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. No, you come here, I don't know. Ganesh, I want you to this thing because we've started a very good thing. So for Ganesh, I brought for your office.
Thank you, ma'am. That was very inspiring. May I now request Professor Ravi Gudi, sir, to please felicitate Madhuri, ma'am.
Thank you for the huge inspiration and charging us with such a great responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite our keynote speaker for today's symposium. Dr. Manish Gupta is the Director of Google Research India and co-lead technology in the area of Google Research with teams across India, US, and Europe. Sir has co-authored about 75 papers with more than 7,000 citations on Google Scholar and has been granted 19 US patents. Previously, Dr. Manish has led VideoKen, a video technology startup and research centers for Xerox and IBM in India, as a senior manager at IBM, TJ Watson Research Center in Yorktown Heights, New York. Sir has led a team of developing system software for the Blue Gene L supercomputer. IBM was awarded a National Medal of Technology and Innovation for the Blue Gene by the then US President Barack Obama in the year 2009. While at IBM, Dr. Manish received 2 Outstanding Technical Achievement Awards and an Outstanding Innovation Award and the Lew Gessner Team Award for Client Excellence. Dr. Manish is also the recipient of Distinguished Alumnus Award from IIT Delhi. Thank you, sir. It is indeed a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. It's a huge honor to be among such inspirational people. So I'll give a very quick kind of overview of some of the work that is being done by my colleagues, not by me, but it hopefully gives you a glimpse, right, of what's possible and things which are coming down. So I'll start with talking about how deep learning methods are being applied for screening and diagnosis of diseases, and then talk about a more recent trend from maybe the last 4 to 5 years ago, when we started to see the power of foundation models, which is again a subfield of deep learning. Just like deep learning became kind of, even as a subfield of machine learning, it started, which was a subfield of AI, it started dominating. Likewise, we see again very significant, again, transformation being made by foundation models, and then talk a little bit about some of the outstanding challenges and opportunities in India. So in fact, Google Research's journey in health started in India through a partnership with Arvind Eye Hospital, where one of my colleagues, in fact, who had moved to India even before our research lab existed in India, he started working on trying to see how he could apply his expertise in computer vision for something more impactful than trying to classify photos of cats and dogs. So So he looked at this problem of diabetic retinopathy, which was a growing cause of blindness. And a lot of people with diabetes, and India is the diabetes capital of the world, are at risk for this disease. Regular screening is key to preventing blindness. And as is usual in India, we have this shortage of eye doctors. And this is true for any disease that you take. And so many patients end up suffering from vision loss before they are ever diagnosed. And the way to do the diagnosis is through looking at these retinal fundus images. And the doctors look for signs of hemorrhage, and they grade it on a 5-point scale. So Varun and his colleagues, they asked this question: could you apply these neural methods that were being applied at that time for all of this image classification problems and so on, distinguishing between those cats and dogs that I mentioned, could they be applied to rate on whether this is a case of diabetic retinopathy and on a similar 5-point scale? And it turned out that you could. In fact, Varun and his colleagues, they published a paper in the Journal of American Medical Association in 2016, where they showed results comparable to a general ophthalmologist initially. And in fact, this paper was rated amongst the best journal papers in the last decade, a few years ago, when they did a retrospective. So this was, again, signifying the arrival of AI methods like deep learning for actual medical diagnosis. And later, they improved upon this to even show results comparable with retinal specialists. But despite all of these improvements, there are still always open challenges. And this is true for almost any application in health. So some of those things are things like safety. How do you, unlike a human doctor who always is able to make judgment calls when they see a very complex case, they know this is a complex case and I need to take a second opinion and so on. AI models are known to very confidently make mistakes. So how do you detect those? And in fact, we saw some of these problems as we looked at deploying it in the real world, that as you applied these models, which had very high accuracy on, let's say, one population, the US population, how does it generalize to other populations or vice versa? And there have been, again, and this is an area where, in fact, some of my colleagues, together with this Professor Sridharan at Indian Institute of Science, we are conducting active research on how to improve these methods for more robust performance on out-of-distribution data. Again, on breast cancer screening, this is done by my colleagues in the US and UK primarily on applying AI models to mammography images. And you can see that AI models today are obtaining very high levels of accuracy. And again, so what this team has been doing is working with various, again, hospitals and clinical research organizations to look at, again, some real-world issues in deploying these kinds of solutions in the real world. So one of the questions they asked is, can AI prioritization reduce diagnostic delays in screening? Because today, it takes about 2 weeks in the US after an abnormal mammogram to actual follow-up. And so working with Northwestern Medical Institute, they were able to try out this model, and it was able to reduce the time for prioritizing cases to be followed up to 1 hour from 2 weeks. They worked with also the National Health Service in UK to have this system work as a second reader. So in addition to the normal radiologists, can the AI model serve as the second doctor, providing a second opinion? And in the course of this work, what they realized was that you needed to pay a lot of attention to how the AI model interacts with the human expert. In particular, what they realized was that the human experts were fairly suspicious of some of the outputs from AI models. And what they, in fact, realized was that rather than only focusing on the precision of that algorithm, they needed to do a joint optimization of human plus AI together. And how do you kind of make sure that the human plus AI achieves the best level of performance instead of only the AI model trying to achieve best level performance, and again, got some pretty impressive improvements through this. So I want to just change gears a little bit and talk about a new trend. I mean, it's not a new trend, but it's been now recognized as an extremely important trend in the world of AI, which is this foundation model. So the traditional paradigm was that you take, I mean, for a given problem that you're trying to solve, you collect a lot of data and start building an AI model for that problem. And that's kind of analogous to, I remember when my boss, Jeff Dean, was giving a talk at this research week we had organized for students in India. One of the students asked, what is the one thing you'd like to change about AI models? And he pointed to that. He said, look, today, the way we build a new model from scratch, pretty much for every problem, this is like, as humans, if you're asked to solve a new problem, as if you throw away all your years of education, experience, and so on, and kind of come up with a new way of solving that problem. We don't work that way. We always build upon our existing kind of knowledge. So likewise, you see, again, this world of foundation models where, I mean, it was, in fact, came about through that initial work on this model called BERT, in fact, which showed on natural language processing some amazing advances. So we are applying similar techniques to also images. That instead of working with only labeled medical images, if you can start with unlabeled medical images, start applying those self-supervised methods to even unlabeled images, you can actually get a boost. So my colleagues applied some of this. Again, these are well-known methods, contrastive learning to vision-based researchers, where they applied these to dermatology images and chest X-ray images, and in fact showed that now these models that were built and then fine-tuned, built using these unsupervised kind of or self-supervised methods over unlabeled images and then fine-tuned on labeled data, they were obtaining significantly higher levels of accuracy compared to models that were just built with labeled data. And likewise, even their performance on out-of-distribution data was better. So our basic kind of conclusions are, and our recommendation to all practitioners, including, I mean, I was talking to one of the students earlier, is that when we are solving problems, instead of just building medical image classifiers from just that data, please consider using self-supervised pre-training before you build these models. And no talk on AI today would be complete without a reference to large language models. So there's been, in fact, there's been a lot of work over the last few years on applying large language models to the world of medicine. One of the problems is, again, things like reliability, that often it is known that large language models hallucinate. They just make up facts, so to speak, and there are social biases, incorrect reasoning, and so on. And one of the things we've also lacked are unified medical benchmarks. So there's been attempts made to standardize some of those benchmarks, which I'll just talk about. And at Google Research, again, my colleagues have been developing this model. So they developed this model called PaLM last year, which was at that time the state-of-the-art language model with 540 billion parameters. And then they built a fine-tuned version of that for medical literature called MedPaLM. And they also have been developing these benchmarks like MedQA based on the US medical licensing exam. And they've seen, again, they're trying to bring community to work on like a common set of benchmarks. And they've shown, again, some pretty impressive results with, let's say, the MedPaLM for some of the, for this particular data set. And this is an example of a question that you might ask: how long does it take for a newborn jaundice to go away? And the answer that comes from MedPaLM. So as impressive as all of these advances are, I want to also, and again, some amazing kind of really accurate responses and fairly comprehensive responses that come. from these models. We've also been testing them again through, there are some 12 different questions that they have always for any AI model applied to medicine. And they've been testing it for things like, one is agreement with scientific and clinical consensus, doing reasonably well on some of those metrics. But then there are metrics like incorrect or missing content. And we still see even the state-of-the-art model often kind of having, compared to a clinician, fairly significant incorrect or missing content, and especially kind of and potential for likelihood of harm. And again, I mean, these numbers may look small, but in medicine, you don't want to make any mistake that costs human lives. So a lot more research needs to be done before we would recommend, right, these models be actually used in deployment. Finally, in our own country, there are so many additional challenges. I mean, before we start applying AI to health, our health data needs to be in digital form. And the reality is that much of our health data is sitting in those paper-based prescriptions. So which has led to, again, a research effort at our lab where we started by applying the state-of-the-art OCR models, and we found the accuracy on this task of even, can you identify the medicine names correctly on this prescription? Our accuracy was 11%. We had this Jacquard index metric. So we have since improved that Jacquard index metric from 11% to 57%, and we still think it's not good enough. I mean, there needs to be a lot more. But again, we are excited about, again, this is kind of a huge challenge because it's not just a matter of vision, applying vision. You have to combine ideas from vision, from language models, and kind of understanding of the context, and so on, to be able to really infer kind of even the right region where medicines are mentioned, because doctors will have all kinds of different schemas for how they would write their prescriptions, and then to identify, kind of read the doctor's handwriting. I mean, I used to have a conjecture that I have the worst handwriting of anybody in the literate world, but seeing some of these prescriptions, I think there are a few doctors who give me, who would give me a run for the money on that. And so again, a lot of very interesting research challenges. This is kind of a slide that I drew more as I mean, my own background is in compilers research, and as compilers, we used to always kind of look at how to optimize kind of the program for memory hierarchy in the computer system, that a compiler would try and make sure that all of the data access, if possible, happened out of registers, otherwise level 1 cache, level 2 cache, level 3 cache, memory, and God forbid you need to go to the hard disk. And I found the healthcare system similarly built in these different tiers, that you have the most expensive tier equivalent to hard disk, which is the ICU, where it costs a lot of money to get treated in the ICU. And again, I mean, if you can take care of patients before they enter the ICU, that's much better. So through AI models, the more you can kind of shift things to earlier levels of the hierarchy, and ideally even take care of people when they are living their normal lives, that would be much better. So I personally feel that for India, this needs to be a huge focus. With our kind of large population and kind of relatively small number of doctors and so on, yes, of course, we need to improve the formal healthcare system, but the formal healthcare system is more of the sick care system. We need to also encourage kind of wellness, and there again, technology can play a role. So we've been doing some work on kind of looking at, again, some of these lifestyle factors like sleep, physical activity, diet, medication, stress, which contribute to cardiovascular disease, and seeing if we could even combine some of these different apps to be able to provide personalized nudges to people. And also, AI can be applied not just to clinical problems, even problems like, so this is our work with the nonprofit called Arman, which is based right here in Mumbai. It's headquartered here, works with many, many states. They provide this service based on voice messages that get delivered to expecting mothers. And they've shown rigorous studies which show that those expecting mothers who stay with that program they have better outcome for themselves and their babies, but usually over half of them end up dropping out of that program. So they asked us to tackle this problem with AI of can you identify which of those mothers should be targeted with a few human volunteers. And again, our team led by Milind Tambe, who's a professor at Harvard with a joint appointment with us, we applied these techniques from restless multi-armed bandits, and we showed, again, through rigorous trials, we showed that yes, through those AI-based methods, you could achieve more engagement. And this system has been deployed in production at Arman, and we are right now in the process of doing a follow-on study which will show the health outcomes, the improved, is there a change in health outcomes as a result of deployment of the AI models? And we are also excited about now collaborating with Arman on this Kilkari program run by the Government of India, where Arman is a partner, which is the world's largest mobile-based program for, again, expecting mothers. So I'll conclude that there are, again, rapid advances being made in AI models for disease diagnosis. I didn't talk about some of our work on treatment planning, which is being jointly done with Mayo Clinic in the US. But there are significant outstanding challenges before you're able to, before you really deploy these models in the real world in a responsible manner. But these are exciting times. There's an amazing opportunity for us to transform healthcare using AI. So again, thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was truly inspiring to learn about all these initiatives. May I now invite Professor Guri, sir, to please come and felicitate Dr. Manish Gupta, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Guri. Thank you, Manish Gupta, sir. Our next speaker is an institution by himself and needs no introduction. Nevertheless, as a healthcare practitioner myself, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, founder and chairman at Narayana Rudrale Group of Hospitals. Dr. Devi Shetty is a cardiac surgeon of repute and a successful entrepreneur. Sir is highly respected luminary for his ingenious ideas for reforms in the healthcare sector. His visionary leadership to make quality healthcare affordable has drawn global recognition. Dr. Shetty is the founder-chairman at Narayana Rudrale Group of Hospitals. The group has now 47 healthcare facilities with close to 7,000 beds. He is the recipient of several prestigious awards, including the Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, the Economist Innovation Award, Financial Times, ArcelorMittal Boldness in Business Award, Niki Asia Prize for Economic and Business Innovation. He has also been awarded honorary doctorates from the University of Minnesota and IIT Madras. Dr. Shetty is the current chairman of Board of Governors of Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. He is also a member of Health Insurance Consultative Committee constituted by IRDAI. Sir will be joining us virtually and provide his expert insight. Kindly bear with us while we have the technical things ironed out. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
Can I start?
Yes, sir, please.
Yeah. Thank you you so much for the opportunity to interact with all of you. I just want to give a brief introduction about how digitization will transform healthcare. First of all, global healthcare and wellness industry is the second largest industry. It is a over $10 trillion industry. For you to understand what $10 trillion is, I will just give you a comparison. The oil and natural gas is $5 trillion. Automobile is $2.8 trillion. So it's a very $10 trillion is a very large amount of money. But after spending $10 trillion, less than 50% of the world's population has access to secondary and tertiary level healthcare. That is a huge problem. The only way you will be able to address the disparity between haves and have-nots is by digitizing healthcare, which will bring about dramatic changes in the healthcare. First problem we face in healthcare is healthcare safer for the patient? Are the hospitals safer for the patients? The answer is not really. Hospitals are not the safest places for the patients today. Let's not look at Indian hospitals. Let's look at US hospitals, which are considered as some of the safest hospitals on the planet. If 200 patients get admitted to an American hospital and spend just one night, 1 in 200 dies due to medical error. Not medical negligence, medical error. Getting admitted to an American hospital is 10 times riskier than skydiving. That is the reason one of the articles which was published in British Medical Journal in 2016 clearly mentions that the medical error is the third leading cause of death in the US. Medical error is the third leading cause of death in US. This is in US. Now we can understand what happens in other parts of the world. Let's look at some scientific evidence about medical error, why it happens and how do we prevent it. Now, Joint Commission is a body which accredits American hospitals. Every year they publish the data on safety in the hospitals. And their report clearly mentions that 65% of the sentinel events happening in the hospital, which generally leads to the death of the patient, is due to communication failure. Now, what is communication failure? Imagine a hospital where there is no digital platform for the data to go from the lab to the doctors and doctors to the doctors, nurses to the doctors. Everything is dependent on the paper movement. Imagine a patient gets admitted to the hospital, sees coronary ICU at 5 o'clock in the evening with a very, very high fever. Usually they send the blood culture. And after 24 hours, next day evening, 5 o'clock, blood culture report comes as positive for one deadly bacteria. And by 5 o'clock, most of the receptionists have gone, report doesn't get generated. It will, in the end, it will somehow reach the ward and the doctors will see it only next day morning, 9 o'clock. Imagine you have a system wherein the reporting machine, whether it's a machine or the system, is connected with the doctor's mobile phone, and all the doctors get the seamless data passage from lab machines to their own mobile phone in a dedicated soon as the blood culture becomes positive, the report reaches 10, 20 doctors responsible for the patient. So that they straight away start taking action. Few hours of delay in a patient with sepsis will make a difference between life and death. And today, unfortunately, very, very few hospitals in the world have the platform which connects the machines which generates a report to the doctor's phone or between the doctors. Why? Because more than 80% of the hospitals across the world do not have electronic medical records. Even if they have electronic medical records, they are a very, very rudimentary form of what built on for a laptop or a desktop. It is not built on a mobile platform. Now, why electronic medical records are not embraced across the world? It is because they are frightfully expensive. I will give you one example. Partners, a healthcare group in the US, which has about 10 hospitals in Boston, they bought a electronic medical record. Now I will give you the price. It is $1.2 billion. $1.2 billion. With that kind of a money, you can buy many hospitals in India. That is the reason why electronic medical records haven't become common tools in across the world. Now, let's look at how effective this electronic medical record, costing $1.2 billion in US. In US, there is a study conducted which clearly shows that electronic medical records are one of the 4 causes of physician burnout. Doctors do not like the electronic medical record what was given to them. Why? Because doctors today are used to the experience given by the mobile phone in the form of an Apple or an Android, where it is very, very intuitive. You don't need to read an instruction manual, and more than anything else, almost all these billion-dollar electronic medical records expect the doctor to type. And unfortunately, doctors are not designed by God to type. So if you want the world to embrace digital tools, then it has to be intuitive, and the doctor should be able to either dictate or tap and enter the data. And that is possible in every aspect of our life. Unfortunately, electronic medical records are not designed that way. Now, other reason why the electronic medical records must be developed for the mobile platform is because doctors look at the desktop or a laptop 5 to 6 times in a day, but they look at their mobile phone 200 times in a day. So if you want their attention, you need to build a tool to which they see a lot of the time, and they're comfortable in using it. So if you ask the doctors what exactly they want from an electronic medical record, first request from the doctor is that doctors do not like you to give them an instruction manual to use their electronic medical record. Because we doctors think that we know everything. We don't want anybody to tell us how to use things. But we will not tell you that we don't like to use your manual or go to the training program to use your application. We will simply say that your EMR is useless, it doesn't work. That's it. You must realize that if you create a EMR, Only licensed doctors like us can use it. It is not a consumer application you are developing. So if you are going to spend your time and money and the resources to building a EMR, talk to the doctors, find out their wish list is, then build it according to them. Because even the best scenario, you will have maximum 3 lakh, 5 lakh doctors using it. That's all customer base. Now, all these electronic medical records will bring about massive transformation in healthcare in India and across the world. Now, you must be thinking that we are very comfortable with the paper. Now, why do we have to change over? Let me tell you that if we do not change over, I'm just letting some of the doctors who are present there. The society will force us to change. It is a matter of time before we will be asked to abandon our pen and a paper. I will give you one instance. 5 years ago, Uttarakhand High Court asked all the doctors practicing in state of Uttarakhand not to prescribe any medicine on a paper. They had to prescribe it on a digital platform. Unfortunately, they couldn't implement the judgment because the digital tool was not available. But it is a matter of time before it happens. And my last advice to all of you is that especially people who are interested in software and building tools for the healthcare, Uber, which is the world's largest taxi company, does not own vehicles. They don't have any car or a bus. Facebook, world's largest provider of the media content, doesn't produce any media content. Alibaba, world's largest retailer, has no inventory. Airbnb, world's largest hotel room provider, doesn't own any hotel. And the world's largest healthcare provider will have no beds. It is going to be a software. And we in India have an opportunity to build a software because we are blessed in having extremely brilliant, outstanding software engineers. All we have to do is to tell them what we want, hold their hand when they do it. They can come up with amazing product. These are the opportunities we have, and let's make it possible, and let's try to build an application for the healthcare which is used across the world. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights. May I now call upon Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, sir, on stage to thank sir on behalf of the entire team of KCDH.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shetty, for providing your vision extremely eloquently. Just to inform you, one of the slides I talked about the 15 seed-funded projects from KCDH. One of them was written personally by Dr. Devi Prasad Shetty, an OCR framework for complete historical medical record digitization. So, and he's bringing out the same vision today. Thanks again.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. It was indeed a pleasure to have you with us here.
Thank you,
sir.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks.
We will now begin with the panel discussion titled Past, Present and Future of Digital Solutions in Indian Health and Wellness. For that, I'd like to introduce our session moderator for the first panel discussion this afternoon, Professor Pramod Wangikar, sir. Sir is faculty of Department of Chemical Engineering at IIT Bombay. Professor Wangikar's research areas of interest are biomolecular engineering, computational biology, biochemical engineering, modeling and process control. We welcome you, sir. I request you to please take your place on stage and commence the proceedings of the panel discussion.
Can I use the caller mic? Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Rizwan Koita, Rekha Koita, Dr. Ahuja, Dr. Gokhale, Dr. Kanetkar, Dr. Gupta, dignitaries, invitees, colleagues, and students. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to this inaugural session of KCDH. It's a privilege to be a part of KCDH and an honor to chair today's session. KCDH is the first center in India that offers programs in digital health. While our main mission is manpower training, we also aspire to create an ecosystem around KCDH for digital health, and for that we would certainly like to have regular interactions between academia, hospitals, medical professionals, and the industry. The center has been established with a generous donation from our illustrious alumni Rizwan and Rekha Koita, and thank you both for this gesture. So let me get to today's topic. We all remember, or at least some of us remember having, going to banks and standing in long queues to draw money, to be given to a shopkeeper who will then go to the bank, perhaps the same bank, and stand in a long line to deposit that money into the bank. Fast forward to today, we don't go to banks. We kind of know that we have money somewhere and we can transfer money from person A to person B without actually going to the bank. And based on what we have been hearing today, a similar transformation, a similar revolution is likely to happen in the healthcare industry, and we hope that that happens very soon, and we would like to be a part of that revolution. So today's panel is about looking a little bit into the future of this revolution, looking at digitization and the journey, the digital journey, and the title is Digital Solutions in Indian Healthcare and Well-Being. So as a panel moderator, I added that last word, well-being, and I took the liberty to add a friend of mine to the panel who talks quite a bit about well-being, and you will hear about that in the discussion today. So we have 4 illustrious panelists who will provide us insights on the topic. 3 of them have a medical degree, and the 4th one has an engineering degree. So I will call upon the panelists and I'll request them to come to the stage one by one. My first panelist has treated tens of thousands of cancer patients directly and has touched lakhs of patients through his program called the National Cancer Grid. Please welcome Dr. C.S. Pramesh. Please take a seat, sir. Dr. Pramesh is the director of Tata Memorial Hospital and professor and head of thoracic surgery. He serves on the board of directors of the Union of International Cancer Control, UICC. He is the convener of the National Cancer Grid, a large network of 294 cancer centers in India. The mandate of this center, of this grid, is to provide uniform standards of care across the country. Dr. Pramesh is highly committed to efforts towards reducing inequities in cancer care and making cancer treatment accessible to all geographic regions and strata of the society. My second panelist is an alumnus of our own alumnus. She is currently at the helm of Microsoft India. Please welcome Ms. Aparna Gupta, Executive Director, Customer Success for Microsoft India. Please take a seat. Ms. Aparna Gupta, Executive Director, Customer Success for Microsoft India. She is responsible for guiding customers to innovate, expand, and realize real business value from their investments in Microsoft Cloud program. She leads a strong technical team that helps customers reach their desired outcome. She has worked, prior to joining Microsoft, she has worked at various companies in leading roles. She has a engineering degree from IIT Bombay. She is also passionate about her volunteering work with different associations and non-profits with focus on responsible AI, innovation, entrepreneurship, and empowering women in technology. As you can imagine, I am going to have a question for her about the favorite topic today, ranging from the first grader to retired people, the ChatGPT. My third panelist has founded a very large diagnostic chain that operates in the western part of India. Please welcome Dr. Sanjay Arora. So Dr. Arora has an MD in pathology from Grant Medical College and JG Hospital, Mumbai. He then specialized in cytopathology from Tata Memorial Hospital, Henry Ford Hospital, USA, and Johns Hopkins Hospital, USA. He then came back to India and founded Suburban Diagnostics India Private Limited, a very well-respected diagnostic chain in India, and all of us may have gone to that center sometime during our life, or might have taken a friend or a relative there. He is currently the Group Medical Director of Dr. Lal Path Labs. He's a TEDx speaker, has spoken at various conferences and events and sharing his entrepreneurial journey. About the last panelist, we all go to office. I go to my lab. We all go to offices, right, to work. We at most go to a 5-star hotel for a conference. My next panelist has been to the Himalayas, to the Arctic Circle, runs marathons, triathlons, has been to the Kilimanjaro. These peaks are 18,000, 19,000 feet. And he has done this, all this as part of his work. Please welcome my good friend, Dr. Marcus Rani. So Marcus completed his MD from University College London, and in his passion for extreme physiology, he has been conducting research across the planet, with expeditions taking him to the sites of Everest, summit of Kilimanjaro, across the Himalayas, skiing in the Arctic, and the European Alps. He has served as medical officer in the Royal Air Force and at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. The champion of well-being, Dr. Marcus is a big believer of leveraging the power of digital biomarkers to hack the human operating system. And this is what I was talking about the well-being, priming it for a longer health span. So thank you all for joining. I will now kickstart the discussion. I will ask a few questions and then open the session for. So my first question is for Dr. Pramesh. As we know, cancer patient undergoes lots of blood tests, imaging, radiology, and perhaps a long treatment regimen. And in the process, a lot of data possibly gets generated. So I was wondering, how is that data handled today, and what is your vision as to how that will be handled in a few years from now?
I think
maybe there is a switch.
I think Dr. Devi Shetty did mention this in his talk as well, that most of the data that currently exists in India and in several other parts of the world is actually on pieces of paper. And as you mentioned, as you heard Manish speak about this from Google, in a handwriting that's not very legible. Unfortunately, this hasn't changed much in the last few years, though there have been attempts to make this in a more digital format, which makes it more accessible. So we did a recent survey of the cancer hospitals under the National Cancer Grid, and just 15% of them had any kind of electronic medical records. So the vast majority of them still rely on pen and paper. The problem with this is not just related to communication error, but also the ability to make policy, to make the data robust enough for us to be able to decide on what the future should be as far as healthcare policy itself is concerned. Again, I'll give you the example that we have with the cancer grid. Currently, the cancer data that comes out of India is based on data from less than 10% of patients who get cancer in the country. These are based on 40-odd population-based cancer registries which contribute that data to the ICMR. Just imagine a situation where you have all the 300 centers within the cancer grid having an electronic medical record where it is able to where you're able to extract this data onto a common platform. And just to give you context, between these 300 centers, we treat 2/3 of patients with cancer in India. You have the ability to multiply the data that we currently have 6-fold just by getting these systems to adopt electronic medical records. Easier said than done, but I think there are steps that are being taken for this in the near future. And I think any of us in this space, and not anyone with an interest in digital health, will be naive if we don't think that this kind of transformation is unlikely in the next few years. It's coming whether we like it or not, and the easier we make it, the better it should be.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to Aparna for my next question. So what are the different facets of digitization? What will be the roles for the hospitals, the diagnostic centers, and for the patients?
In a way, first, yeah, good afternoon, and I think we are just going to be in between lunch and you, so we'll try to make it as interactive as possible. To answer your question, I would actually be preaching to the choir, because I think since morning, I think we've heard some of the experts' opinion on this. I'll maybe take a crack at just dividing it into 3 parts. I think the first one is just patient journey. So everything from whether I just want to book a simple appointment to I want to get virtually consulted, to my expectation as an end patient. And now there's data that shows that patients actually want to be virtual, like they want to be able to book just like they book their ride and everything else. Number 2, they are okay to share their data. They expect that the doctor has access to data the time they get into the doctor's chambers. So there is a lot of openness from the patient side to have that seamless experience. So how do we actually enable that is kind of the first lever that I think we'll need to work on. The second one is more around, again, clinical and operational productivity and outcomes that we can drive. So there I'll break it into maybe the first parts of productivity, and we heard Dr. Devi Shetty speak about it. So we've done with some research along with Narayan Hridayalaya very closely. So some elements that I'll call out, so simple aspects of just nurses burnout. So there are nurses who are being put on shifts, and that collective insight on, this person is likely to be super stressed or needs a break right now, to optimize bed allocation in hospitals. And it just went to a very different level during COVID, as we all know, right? To a patient in ICU and how we can discharge them very quickly. Because every ICU bed is a plus with respect to the resources that it uses, right? So how can we optimize and predict that that the acceleration of this kind of a patient profile will actually lead to more better optimization of beds, and there are kind of numerous examples like that. The second flavor of outcomes is around collaboration. So again, I'll relate back to Dr. Devi Shetty's point of the latency between there was a test report to when a doctor took an action. So if we actually had mechanisms to push, notify information on mobile devices, I think we heard that loud and clear, where a person can actually take an action. So that's first flavor. Second, where I'm able to consult or real-time call somebody, whether I'm using Teams, you're using Zoom, you're using a phone call, but how do the right combination of people get together to talk about a patient or talk about an instance and move on? So the real-timeness of outcomes, that's the second flavor. The last one is acceleration of innovation. Now, innovation, again, whether it is around drug discovery, it could be assisted surgery, and I think there are HoloLens, there are a whole lot of devices that I think have been talked about, or even the vaccine life cycle, and I think COVID has just shown us, this unprecedented life cycle acceleration that we have seen. So how do all these dimensions, to summarize, patient life journey, clinical and physician and all the healthcare professionals' outcomes, and third, which is innovation. That's how I would sum it up. Last part of your question, very quickly, so how will it be enabled? Again, we have heard it again and again this morning, which is that only when the doctors, the technologists, the government, the entire ecosystem comes together is when we will achieve it. And I was talking to one of the thought leaders in our whole India stack story, which probably many of you are aware of. The way that we will be able to move non-linearly, and I think Rizwan called this out in the morning, it will be where innovation, which can be technology innovation, it will also be healthcare innovation, obviously, but process and policy. When all of these move in tandem is when we will be able to totally elevate the outcomes.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for Dr. Sanjay Arora, and you are heading a very large diagnostic chain. So how much digitization has already happened in the diagnostics industry? What are the challenges and what is the future like? Can you give us glimpses into the future?
Sure. So, my journey over the last 30 years has been from starting one lab to being now part of an ecosystem that has 5,000 touch points across the country. But over these last 30 years, I guess the omni-channel access to patients has just dramatically improved outcomes. So where you had to line up outside one lab, today you go to an app, you go to the website, you can book tests online, you can pay online, you can get somebody coming to your house. You don't need to actually come to the lab. So a lot of things can happen at home. So access to patients has dramatically improved over these last 30 years. And we'll see that we have something called as a web check-in concept even at our labs, where people who have registered online, paid online, come with a QR code. All they do is scan the QR code and then they just get fast-tracked into getting their test done. So I think time of waiting, time to delivery is much better. You bring that into the lab, the whole testing concept, where we had to manually label all the tubes and enter. Today everything is fed onto that barcode. All tubes are barcoded, information is already there. The tube goes directly into the tube in which you collect is the tube that gets tested, and the barcode gets scanned, the results are uploaded. Previously you would get reports. I remember the concept was computerized reports, where on a dot matrix printer, if you get a report, that meant the lab was computerized. Today, of course, you get reports on your email, you get trend analysis. So you'll also be able to see previous records of the same patient over the last few. It's not just today's reports, but continuous trending of a patient's records, how those reports actually trend. So I think that's the way I think we have seen the shift over the last 30 years. Omni-channel access, reducing errors in the lab, and giving better information at the hands of the clinicians to be able to take better decisions for patients.
Okay, thank you. So my next question, Marcus, for you. We have talked, and I've seen your blogs and social media posts and so on, and you talk about redefining health away from absence of disease and toward optimization of human performance. And we heard Dr. Devi Shetty and others talking about symptom equating to disease and lack of symptom equating to health. And you talk about human performance longevity, and in general, longer health span. So we always, I almost said lifespan, but you actually said health span. So why is health span important for individuals, corporates, employers, communities, and finally the country?
Great. Well, I think what was really nice listening to a lot of the speakers this morning is that this shared idea of us moving away from disease as the paradigm, which a lot of us physicians and clinicians have trained in, towards this idea of living our healthiest, best life, is something that more and more people are adopting for themselves and their patients as well. It's unfortunate we as clinicians, we call ourselves healthcare experts, but really it's disease care. It's sick care that we practice the majority of our times. The irony is that whilst life expectancy, or lifespan, as you were about to say, has expanded and increased over the last 4, 5, 6, 7 decades. In our country alone, from independence, we had a life expectancy of about 42 years old, and now we're about 68 or 69 years old. So we're seeing an increase in the number of physical years that we live, but the average age of onset of first chronic disease is actually going in the reverse direction. Metabolic disease, cancer, all types of lifestyle-related disorders are actually moving leftward in that trend. So it's really important for us all to begin to appreciate and adopt this idea that whilst we want our patients to be healthy and be disease-free, we actually also really want them, as we want ourselves, to be as optimal, as best as we possibly can be. And that was really where I cut my teeth. Prior to becoming a physician, I served in the Air Force, and then, as you mentioned, at NASA, etc. And that world of high performance is really based on how you can be your best self. How can I get to the summit of Everest? How can I finish that 100-meter race in the Olympics? How can, like we work with IPL teams, how can we make sure that we're at the cutting edge best that we can possibly be? And my job is really to translate that and help each of us in the room and beyond be that best self through expanding and enhancing health span.
All right, thank you. So we'll get back to you as well, Marcus. So I don't know how much time I have, and I'm going to look at Ganesh for cues. But I will perhaps ask one more question per panelist, and then I'll make it, throw it open to the audience. So, Dr. Pramesh, and I'll jump to the questions that are more relevant to the center, the technology aspects. How can data and technology be used for better diagnosis and treatment of cancer patients? We know that TMH faculty have a few projects in collaboration with our faculty. So your thoughts on the use of technology in diagnosis, treatment, etc.
I think the important thing to realize is that India doesn't lack for quality of healthcare that's being provided. I think some of the best centers in India would rival the best centers in the world. The problem that we have here is the wide variability in the quality of care that's provided. So whereas the average in a more developed country would be at X, the average in India would be much lower. But if we were to look at the real top centers, there wouldn't be much of a difference between centers here and abroad, which means that looking at a very traditional model of training more people, building more hospitals, coming up with more healthcare providers is going to take us decades, if not longer, for us to reach those levels of safety and quality of care that we provide. What is probably much faster to achieve is something that we call achieving the achievable, which is let us implement everything that we know about healthcare and use it with the fidelity that it's required to bring the quality to the same level. And this is where I think technology has a major role to play. Again, our philosophy, even within the cancer grid, has been to do exactly that. Rather than try, and I have absolutely nothing against more innovative, cutting-edge research to help us, if we were able to offer the same fidelity of care that we currently give across the country, I think that's by far the easier way to go. I'll be a little more ambitious in what it can be for the future, and I think we heard several examples of this, whether it be related to screening for cancer, again, something that is extremely difficult to implement in the situation that we are in. I think the ICMR had done a study on whether we could do pap smears for women to detect cervical cancer early, and it required a 25-fold increase of cytologists, And with that, 1/4 of India's women who would benefit from screening could get developed. So this is not clearly a model that can be replicated. But if you were to bring in technology into this, if you were to look at something like AI and pattern recognition into interpreting the smears of these women who were screened, I think that's one way to completely leapfrog the experiences that other more developed countries have been. And I think technology gives us this real opportunity to narrow the gap between the high-performing healthcare providers, the high-performing countries which offer healthcare, to in a much faster way. And this is not something that is dependent on how much money you invest, though money is certainly important, but we could do this at a fraction of the cost thanks to the expertise and the experience of folks here. The big challenge here is how do we get the multiple stakeholders to sit together, identify problems, and then provide solutions. Most of the healthcare solutions that we currently have are solutions waiting for a problem, and I think we need to flip the system around and identify problems first and then look for solutions to address them.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to continue on that thread of technology, and just to make it more interesting, Aparna, the question, can I ask you related to ChatGPT? And my question is more about the GPT part, the generative pre-trained models. And any AI that we want to use will obviously need to be trained. So what kind of training is required to address the kind of problems that Dr. Pramesh mentioned? What kind of medical knowledge that we'll have to go into, and what will be the challenges in doing that?
So I'll maybe set a little bit of context and then come to that question. And I think we heard a little bit from Dr. Manish earlier about this also, that if we see, I mean, is AI new? And many of you in the room probably already know this, but it's actually in late 50s that artificial intelligence as we know it was conceived and was thought about in terms of how a machine can be as or more intelligent than humans. And there are tons of research papers that go back into the 60s and 70s and so on. So that's, I think, the first one. I think the second turning point probably came more in like late 90s when we started talking about machine learning, because that became a lot more tangible in terms of machines being able to pick patterns and being able to predict some outcomes. So that became a little more specific. And now, of course, more recently in the 2000s, we have seen deep learning. I think we saw some very good examples again that Dr. Manish shared earlier in terms of being able to use deep learning to, in a way like elevating the whole layers of neural network that can train from a data set or like very large set of data sets and be able to solve a problem in a more nuanced way. I think the fourth version of this is actually generative AI. So before I come to ChatGPT, I think the world, or what the world has seen in terms of ChatGPT is actually a variant of generative AI, where essentially now we are in a place where we are generating, whether it's a text or an image or code, and that's what's made it so exciting, right? So I think the first part is that this is generative AI, and ChatGPT or DALL-E, if you're played with, just creating those images, those are just in hands of any of us. So I think what this whole excitement in my mind has been about is that it has democratized and it has allowed us to touch and feel AI, right? Because before this, it was a few set of data scientists, data crunching leaders, technologists who spoke about AI and saw the value. Now, I reckon that anybody in this room whose parents, children, is there anybody that has been excluded in this entire excitement, right? So I truly feel that it is the AI moment from that perspective, that it has democratized access to and be able to feel what AI might look like. Now to answer your question, but I think it will need guardrails, right? And that's the reason, and I'm going to just take like one view, because there was a lot of thinking even in Microsoft about this, and some of you might have been watching in this space, that unlike the assistant world, so we went through this revolution of a virtual assistant and assistant to do this. I think again I'll go back to Dr. Devi Shetty's thing of EMRs and people don't like to type. You can have a voice assistant who can do it for you. So we've gone through that journey. But I think now we are in a stage of looking at generative AI again as a co-pilot. And that's an analogy which is going to be very important for all of us, which means, can this technology ever be standalone? Probably never, right? But if we take it as a co-pilot, just like what the role of a co-pilot on a flight is, then it can be a security co-pilot, it can be a co-pilot even if when you're editing your PowerPoint presentations, right? It can be a co-pilot when you're using it for cancer research in terms of finding anomalies. So if we take a lens of a co-pilot, then I think that is where we can make a lot of advances faster. That's one. The last part to your question, which is that whether it is GPT or these pre-trained models, that gives a very good head start, and again democratizes it, gives us access to all of us, no matter which industry we are in. But again, the true value will come when we put it in a context. And I'll give you an example again from what we have done. So while Microsoft has been partnering with OpenAI, which means that number crunching and pre-processing is running on Azure, but what we have also done now is that the OpenAI services are integrated into the Azure platform. Now what that does is that if it's not like somebody's going to start from scratch, whatever work they are doing. So when you integrate into an existing Azure subscription, as an example, then it's your controlled data. Only you have access to the custom models that you'll build on top of the pre-trained models. So the data sets are yours, the IP is yours. It is as secure as everything else you run in that environment, right? And it has been enabled by all the guardrails around responsible AI. So to kind of wrap up on the question you asked, that standalone, yes, it will probably solve use cases like, can I get quick answers? Can it create poetry? I mean, everybody's been playing with it. But I think in the context of an industry or like a production level healthcare or any such problem, it will still have to sit in that larger context and become smarter, a lot smarter than what GPT or the pre-trained models will themselves be capable of. That will be the true value of what we can get out of it.
Thank you. So, Dr. Arora, to continue on that thread, what kind of data, the historic data from the diagnostic labs, from hospitals, so, what are the opportunities to collect that data, convert that into knowledge, and make it available for the clinicians to treat next set of patients?
Sure. But before I get onto that, I'm just going to continue on I think the co-pilot part and poetry, two parts. I'll just catch on to that. So I think one is definitely that there's a fear that artificial intelligence will take away jobs, replace. I think you put that very clearly, that it is a co-pilot. It's not ever going to be the pilot. And I think I've had some experience in that, and I would completely agree with you on that. On the poetry part, so I'll just take 2 minutes on the 1 minute, that I'm an aspiring songwriter and I have 2 daughters. I wrote 2 songs for my elder daughter who got married last year. So I thought, let me try ChatGPT and I'll write poetry for my second daughter through ChatGPT. I put down some parameters, got the poetry out, showed it to my first daughter. Obviously, it's supposed to be a surprise for my second one. She says, Dad, it doesn't have the feel. And then I told her it's through ChatGPT, and she says, no wonder, so do it yourself. Don't become complacent, So coming back to your question on data, and I think I saw when we were walking in the inauguration this morning, most of the posters that were put up talk about how data can be effectively used. And I think that to me is going to be the biggest strength in India. How we channelize that data, how we standardize that data, how we use data privacy policies, how we anonymize it, how we make it as probably the most strongest resource, and how do we give it back for better medical outcomes. And I'll give you a small example. So we have a lot of women in this room, and unfortunately, at least 1 every 2 women, and ma'am here will agree with me on that have a urine infection during their lifetime. And very often, they go to a GP with the urine report, which shows, infection, and you prescribe an antibiotic. And we also know that, the number of antibiotics that are being discovered are limited because of limited shelf life. Pharma companies want to invest in products that have a, permanent shelf life, so to say. So we have limited number of antibiotics. And misuse of antibiotics is a big challenge today, and we'll have an era which people fear where antibiotics will just not work. So what we did is we looked at the urine culture data of about 50,000 samples, We analyzed that data, of course, all anonymized, but we analyzed it in terms of gender, in terms of age, in terms of at which age group, what is the most common bacteria, and which is the right antibiotic that is working against that bacteria. We culled out this data and we made it into small handouts which we gave it back to clinicians. Now this is data from our own backyard. This is not international data, this is real world evidence data which we gave back to our clinicians so that when they have to treat a patient, they are better informed. So they don't go empirically and say, let me just give the highest antibiotic for this particular infection. When in your area, the most common infection is through E. coli and probably a quinolone, which is a lower level antibiotic, can still work. Don't go ahead and start. Ideally, do a culture to know which is the right antibiotic, but if you don't have the time and you have to start an antibiotic, you have real world evidence to guide you as to how do you use, helps you take better decisions. So that's just one example. Not to leave the males out, all of us, eventually will have an enlarged prostate. Sir will agree that, some of us will need to do a prostate biopsy to know whether it's benign or malignant. So when you do a prostate biopsy, you get 8, 10, 12, 15 different small chips of tissue. And malignancy could be found in one small bit of one chip somewhere. Now looking at all those chips manually can be extremely tedious. But when you bring in artificial intelligence, and we are using this software in our lab, which scans for hotspots, and it sort of alerts the pathologist that these are the hotspots, don't miss out these. And then the pathologist uses the co-pilot to corroborate, do special stains to confirm, so you don't miss out anything. So I think two examples. One is using data to allow clinicians to take better decisions to improve patient outcomes. Second is using it in the lab so that we improve the accuracy of our result, the timeliness of a result, so that again, you get the right treatment for the right patient. So these are some of the examples that we are using today.
Okay, thank you. So Marcus, continuing on the data and technology, we now have lots of wearables, the watches and the rings and the CGM and so on. So how can data and technology help individuals gain control over their health? What type of data can one get these days? And I saw your article on effect of alcohol on sleep architecture. I mean, for commoners like us, sleep is sleep, but you talked about sleep architecture. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
You mean what happened to me on Saturday night? Is that my Oura ring alerted me the next morning? A lot of us would have heard about that old story of the Apollo 11 mission when Neil Armstrong was bringing it down to land on the moon, and the computing processing power that was there in that capsule that put 2 human beings of our species on another planetary body, the moon. And it had much less than any of the old Casio phones that a lot of us grew up, Casio watches that a lot of us grew up with. So now the technology available is exponentially higher than what we were using to send human beings to space 60 years ago. Today, every one of us in this room is creating something of the region of 2 megabytes of data a second. Yeah. But that's being used to maybe recommend something we shouldn't eat, watch something we shouldn't watch, perhaps date someone we shouldn't date, etc. But very little of that power is actually going back to augment ourselves, our lives, the choices that we have to make in our day-to-day lives. So all the conversations that we're having today, I think a fantastic opportunity for us is to give back control, the agency of control, to the individual that sits on the other side of our desk as a clinician, which is the patient. Because what's happening is that as we increasingly specialize and focus and medical advancement gets more and more evolved, the patient feels more and more left out of this equation. Well, truthfully, 80% of their probability of reaching a high health span index is because of the choices she makes around sleep, fuel, movement, the environment, and their emotion as well. So I have these devices. I've got the patch on my arm, I've got the ring on my finger, I've got the watch on my wrist, and there are many, many more types of devices out there. And I see this paradigm of explosion happening over the last few years, which will only going to increase in the next 4 or 5 years, of creation of real-time data that each and every one of us can utilize to our advantage by having a co-pilot, as ma'am was saying, to be able to prescribe the right lifestyle intervention that each of us should be doing every day, because every day is a new day, and every day keeps changing. And that's what we're building at Human Edge. We call it the Siri of Health, which is this intelligence that analyzes all the data that you put into the system, and then helps each of us, through the co-pilot analogy of the mobile app, make those lifestyle interventions to improve ourselves. I think once we can give that control back to the individual and she can choose for herself if she wants to make the right choice or not, then we start to move the paradigm towards what Dr. Manish was mentioning, which is sort of that cake hierarchy where we're trying to keep people away from the hospital as much as possible through augmenting well-being in its truest sense.
All right, so now I'm going to throw the session open to the audience for questions, and I can see hands raised. Can somebody help with the mic?
Digital India, digital solution has made a difference for the last 5 years for the BFI sector, wherein small rural India person can transfer payment, can scan the QR code. In between the pandemic, we have seen the India has shown the example how the vaccination drive, which was from the center, it was driven to last mile. My question is, can we connect to last mile with the help of digital solution? I'll give example. I'm not talking about rural, I'm talking about Karjat Kashara, where the train goes, where the particular blood group is available, where the particular bed is available, because in a place like Karjat Kashara and all, there is very small, there is no government hospitals, less we talk is better. The private hospitals are there, but their bandwidth is less. I'm from the non-profit sector. What I've seen is money is not an issue. Every person wants to give the best healthcare to his father or mother. Where is the bandwidth? How does he know? I'll give example. Place like Shahpur, where the train comes, there's snake bites, highest number of snake bite. Nobody knows where the vaccine is available. By the time you come to Sion, the patient is dead. Now, where the healthcare is available? When I say healthcare, blood, bed, who's the expert doctor? What is his mobile number? Is this information available? I think that should make a difference to rural India, which is more, which I'm looking at.
So I think I have spoken to Dr. Arora on this. You want to answer that? A short response.
So I think the whole National Digital Health Mission is going to address this, have a unique identification for every patient, expose the entire healthcare ecosystem to the entire population, where exactly what you said, that, who's the doctor available, what's the right treatment protocols, what's the, the closest hospital, etc. So I think it's work in progress. I think you're right to say that it's not available today, but I think definitely some, initial steps have been taken to ensure that over the next few years, and I think, with centers like the, what we're inaugurating here, I'm sure, the gap will be covered much faster. So I think, but the initiatives are already being taken.
So in the interest of time, just one more question. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay, because we have less time, I'll ask two questions.
A short question, please. Yeah, short one.
Yes. One is that in the early evolution of these digital solutions, should we not be taking into account the data security and the data privacy early on so that later on we don't have to do the retrofitting? And the second question very quickly is, when we are looking at the digital solutions, which is early detection, diagnosis, treatment, as Dr. Ahuja said and Dr. Arora also mentioned, should we also not be thinking about a system approach where we are looking at the social, environmental context in which we are developing our digital solutions and the foundational models? And the example is for the malnutrition. The malnutrition could be because of lack of access to nutrition. It could be lack of access to balanced nutrition, lack of knowledge of balanced nutrition. It could be lack of access to clean water supply or sanitation. There could be a host of factors. It is not just the malnutrition, it's a host of social, political, economic, quality of life factors which affect malnutrition. Pulmonary disease, I mean, one of the major factors is the air quality and the toxicity in the air quality. If we don't include that data in our digital solutions, are we missing out this very large piece which could then contribute to the public policy choices and the pressure on the public policy makers to address those, and not as a way of addressing your pulmonary disease, but as a way of improving the quality of life and the environment in which we are looking at these solutions.
Okay, we might not be able to address all the questions, but Aparna, you want to talk about the data privacy and security?
So, yeah, I'll take first part of the question there, which is, first the answer is yes. I think I'm sure all of us will unequivocally agree with everything you're saying. Second, which is also why that guardrails have to be there for everything, especially when we think it is going to reach a production quality, if I may just use that word. To your point on the data, and that is the reason why, whether it's data privacy, security governance model, what is the data policy, even, I mean, I know that the government has been, working on that. So all of that has to come together, and not just government standalone, but industry, bodies, the professor community. We, I think, have to get to a level of policy and then the technology as an enabler, right? That are those guardrails in terms of security, privacy, there in place, and as the technology keeps evolving, is that a part of it? The second part, which in context of maybe AI, where again, it'll have to be responsible AI, and how do we lead with that at all times? I'll give you one example where I've been working with, was with NASSCOM, where we actually partnered and brought a whole lot of community together on responsible AI resource kit. And while it targeted everybody who wants to do anything on AI, the primary target was our very thriving startup community, right? Because they are going to drive the next level of innovation, but what are the guardrails that they can inherently build upfront? I mean, to your point, right? So whether it's transparency, reliability, biases, like all those aspects have been integrated there. But having said that, I think absolutely there's a lot more to do there. And if we don't pace it correctly, then yes, our technology or our solutioning will fail. And the last thing we want is retract it, right? We want to pace it in a way where it goes live and can actually change lives, and not that as an afterthought we have to take it back, right? So, but work in progress is how I would sum it up.
We have time for one last question.
A very quick question, please.
Yeah, very briefly. In this journey of creating the largest virtual hospital on earth or hacking the human system, you all deal with a lot of exposures. And climate change and health we are all talking about right now. How you see role of AI and ML to work on that, because we don't have sufficient data for any kind of modeling for climate change and health as a comprehensive solution.
Anybody wants to take that for Marcus? Yeah.
Thank you. Look, I think it's a really important topic, and in fact, in 2018, I had written a paper on the climate crisis as a public health emergency, which was presented at Davos. So, clearly the narrative over the last few years has beginning to change, and it's an important one. In our framework that we look at the pentagon of good health and well-being, sleep, movement, fueling, environment, and environment is the people, places, and technologies that affect you. Now, as wearable technologies become more and more available, particularly in-home sensors and systems, more information is being passed into a platform that allows us to then understand what people are experiencing. Take Bombay over the last few months, right? An AQI worst recorded, I think, was 551, which, I mean, I've been in India now for 12 years. I've never experienced anything like that. We know it happens in Delhi and Gurgaon and all our folks up north, but it's beginning to affect other parts of the country. And then we saw respiratory disorders then suddenly take a massive swing up. So very, very pertinent question. And I think more, at least from the world that I sit in, more sensor data feeds into the system, which can be tied back into healthcare data on the other side.
All right, so in the interest of time, we are going to wind up. We all know that food is an important component of health and well-being. So let me thank all my panelists for a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I now invite Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, sir, on stage to please felicitate our distinguished panelists. Dr. C.S. Pramesh, sir. Aparna Gupta, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Sanjay Arora, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, now just all the time. Okay. You do a lot of this. I used to, and I'm getting back to it.
Dr. Sanjay Arora. And Dr. Marcus Rani. Can we please have the applause coming on? Thank you so much. Thank you, Vangikar sir. Thank you so much for moderating the session. Moving forward, it gives me immense pleasure to now say that we've been joined by our chief guest for the event. I take this opportunity to welcome and acknowledge the presence and introduce Dr. Rajesh G. Gokhale, sir. Shri Rajesh Gokhale is the Secretary at the Department of Biotechnology in the Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. He is the recipient of several awards, including Infosys Prize, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, National Bioscience Award, J.C. Bose National Fellowship, and IIT Bombay Distinguished Alumni Award. Sir is also a fellow of three National Science Academies. He is presently on deputation from Indian Institute of Science Education and Research, IISER, Pune. Prior to this, Sir was at National Institute of Immunology and also director of CSIR, Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology, CSIR, IGIB, for 7.5 years. Sir is a trained chemical biologist from IISc Bangalore and Stanford University, USA. Scientific work from his laboratory has been published in prestigious journals like Nature, Nature Chemical Biology, Molecular Cell, and Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences, among others. He has mentored more than 200 students in his illustrious career, and about 25 of them have completed their PhD thesis under his able guidance. With this, I invite Dr. Gokhale, sir, to the dais, to please share his thoughts.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time and lunch, I thought I should cut short the introductions because we all know each other very well. But distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very much of indeed a pleasure to have illustrious gathering over here on this fantastic occasion of an inauguration of KCDH Center, actually. I think it's delight to see center being set up and then being inaugurated, which is very unlike governmental ways of doing activities. And so that's the first thing I must say we should learn from this, actually. Of course, I need to thank the KCDH team, Ganesh, Rizwan, and Rekha, actually. And it so happened I met Rizwan very recently, and we realized we both were on the campus as students at the same time. I was in master's and he was in bachelor's, actually. And we of course didn't know each other because there are enough number of students all around, actually. But it was a fun time, and it's always good to come back to your alma mater in different ways, actually, to be able to. I'm so happy to be here. What I thought today I should do is actually give you a larger perspective first and then talk about what we are today, digital health, actually, because primarily, what I put together is that the biology will build the next technology revolution in the world, actually. And I think digital health is one component of it, which is going to be very, very important and very critical, or probably the most important, actually, other than food. Because as just referred to, without the food, you obviously can't proceed to have a health as well, actually. It's all very integrated. So I think So what is the challenge that government is looking at actually? And let me put together some of the thoughts of what government's vision is right now for us to be able to look out and be able to carry out. Now this is what many of you may know about it, is the middle income trap actually. Now the middle income trap is a sector that is defined by World Bank's official classification of GDP per person where exceeds about 13,200. Now, many promising economies have become ensnared in middle-income mediocrity, which you can see all of them are here: Brazil, Nigeria, India, Nicaragua, Russia, China. They're still there actually. Of 101 middle-income economies in 1960, only 13 has become high-income in 2008. So it's kind of not very easy to come out of this trap. And I think many of you would realize Russia is now about to move out of this trap, and so is some of these actually other impulse. And I think one of the most important things that this middle income trap is not only as a country, it's also got to do with universities, institutions, individuals, companies. And one needs to actually define what you were talking about earlier, Dr. Kanetkar, is actually one needs to combine the vision and the mission concept in an appropriate scaled manner that actually work with the country's mandates and its ability to look at it. And what all of us believe now, I'm almost sure, is that technologically empowered India can escape this trap. And that's what our Honorable Prime Minister keeps talking about, the Amrit Kal actually in the next 25 years that we need to do actually. So really the challenge in front of the government is to take this India out from this trap that we have been here since 60s, to be able to take up to some of these countries that are actually, for example, you can see UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar are staying rich countries. Actually, some of them are already escaping the traps, and actually, how will we be able to do it? The other point is that I think if you really look at the GDP of what countries has generated over the years, and how technological breakthroughs have in fact constantly changed the dimension of the country's mechanisms of what it is to actually. Either it's got to do with starting with industrial revolution in 70s, or with the age of steam and railway engine in 18th century, or in the steel and heavy industry in the 19th century, or what you would see the ICT age in the early 80s, and now what I believe is AI and biomanufacturing are the technologies that will drive how the whole country's future GDPs would be actually. And you can see the difference between the countries that have acquired these technologies, their GDP has changed, and the GDP of the countries that are still lavishing. And India still lies somewhere around here in this sector right now where GDP is still kind of lavishing at them. And why this is so important to look at, because investment and economics drives everything actually. Even if you want to do digital health, finally it's very, very important to have GDPs of the scale that you can implement plans, implement ideas, and therefore one needs to look at it. This is the data that I've taken from Technology and Innovation Report, and what this report predicts is that this slope may be so gigantic and so amazing that, if you miss this out, you're never going to catch up again, actually. And of course, if you really zoom into this aspect, these kind of bars here as well, you would realize that the same thing was said last several centuries back as well, actually. So every time, if you miss a bus now, you're climbing up the ladder is going to be even more harder, actually. And I think that's why this is the time, as Honorable Prime Minister also says, and we part of the government are responsible for implementing plans and ideas, it's really how do we really catalyze these activities and make it happen. So what do we really need to do? And I think, in my opinion, there are 4 large areas that every country is trying to secure itself from, which is actually agri-food, as I said, the first one. The second is energy. The third one is healthcare. And the fourth one is the climate change, actually. And all these 4, in fact, if you can see, which is what is embedded in the biotechnological sector of it, actually. So increasingly, the biotechnological sector is becoming the center of the tool. However, I still believe the center of the tool is still going to be the data and the digital world, actually. And I think it's the data and the digital world together will encompass many of these activities. Big technologies coming in, for example, big data and artificial intelligence, actually, or communication networks, or the MedTech technologies that we call together. So together, if we can correlate and encompass many of these technologies and platforms together, we may be able to achieve the target of what we all looking forward to. And I think this is what really the problems are. If you really want to design a problem statement of the country, it's probably something around this time. However, we need to look at some of the really challenging problems to resolve it, actually. And that's where my job as a Secretary Government of India comes to be. Is if you want to get this technology out, what we really need to do is to innovation to the social protection sectors needs to be strengthened, actually. The innovation, which is obviously strengthening and aligning science and technology innovation ecosystem, but at the same time, you need to come up with industrial policies that are compelling incentives, which are harnessing the frontiers of technologies, actually. At the same time, you need to build the workforce transitions and capacity building, and this requires institutions and instruments to synchronize in a way such that the regulatory reforms will work. And clearly, in a country like India particularly, actually, the social protection is very, very important. And so you need to start promote inclusive debate early on and on its impact understanding of it. Because otherwise, the technologies are there. For example, GM food is there since last decade. We haven't utilized it actually at all. And then it'll survive like just a technology with no takers, really. And I think it's this cycle that we need to really work on in different mechanisms to be able to do this, actually. So what are the bio-revolution we are talking about, actually? And I think it's one of the most largest economic potential that we look at. I mean, for example, now there are talks of saying, can we have vaccines in 100 days, actually? And something that we really need to start imagining, I mean, that it takes decades to make vaccines. We are talking about 100-day vaccine, actually. Can we really do it? What does it take to really do these kind of completely dimension changes, actually, to be able to look at? Or to the end, and I won't go with all of this in the end, or we have batteries that are assembled by viruses, such that the storage of energy is in much maligned organism, poor organism that is actually maligned, can in fact give us a lot of different technological sector booms, which can make life very, very interesting and difficult and different as well. So this is the first problem that I put together. I've given one example each to be able to look at and understand how complex the problems are. They appear to be trivial and simple, but they're very complex, and one needs to play the full game unless you want to get it. So if you look at the most important crop in the country, the rice. Now if you look at rice, we will have to have a rice fueled the rise of 60% of the world population, now a source of insecurity and threat. And the reason why I've written this is because if you would not have green revolution, the production of food would not have grown up, your population would not have increased because of reasons that I don't want to tell you in detail, but obviously the growth rate is dependent on how the quality of the food is, how much of food is, and how much you can look at it. But however, there is a stagnating yields now. You're not able to take the yields any further by the present technologies. The land, water, and the labor scarcity is a major issue. Almost everybody will agree that you're not going to get any more land to grow rice. So from the same land, at least from the same land, you have to grow more because the population is going to grow more and bigger, actually. And clearly, the water scarcity and the labor scarcity is there. Nobody wants to work on puddled fields, actually, any longer. Everybody wants to do farming, which is far more sophisticated mechanism to look at it. And then the problem of methane and global gas issues warming up there. So clearly, and once you do this, then you go back to this health issues, actually, which you say high glucose content grain is contributing to the diabetes and obesity because you then start consuming more. As you start making more, you start consuming more, actually. And then this low carbon rice you need to produce, you need to create better environment, you need to promote millets and nutritious and less water. So many of these activities you can see have an end-to-end gratification systems involved with it, actually. So if you really look at the calorie consumption globally, it's supposed to increase by 2050 by 56% food gap, actually. And all of you would realize this is not possible only through farming any longer. It will not happen. I mean, unless the crops make it mega varieties become mega plus mega square, that they use much less of a land and be able to carry out these activities. And therefore, the food sector which is already transiting from agriculture to, in fact, what we call in a very colloquial way, smart proteins, actually. or technologies that will generate proteins or food in a lab-based methods that will make it industrially, much commercial and industrially relevant in the way. That's the way the trend of food production and technologies will go up. The other aspect of that is going to change actually as the petrochemical industry changes actually is the chemical sector. As many of you realize, India's chemical sector makes about 70 to 80,000 chemicals across all areas that is actually produced there. All of these are sourced from the petrochemical industry, which is the feed, which is the initial feed for these molecules to be produced actually. Now these 70,000 molecules is actually, in fact, is about, we are 14th largest chemical exporter actually, Europe being the largest chemical exporter in all the areas, you know, BASF actually, the German company that is actually the largest of all. And how will you deal with this once the petrochemical industry starts to get into complex problems actually? And the only solutions that you have is to shift to biomass or the resource-based manufacturing, such that all the carbon that is invested is actually in fact captured to produce molecules which then produce large amount of chemical industry. That is what is important to look at actually. So clearly you can see the opportunity that is going to come around in less than 10 years of time, that we need to shift gears actually. And so therefore it's very important to look at from a complete perspective and not just looking at it. This is what the slide that industrial biopolymers are all about. It's a very nascent sector in India, but you can imagine, whereas chemical industry works at high pressure and high temperature, the biological systems are likely to work at room temperature and the room pressures actually. So they may be transformative also from a climate change perspective. And you can see all the applications that will involve in all these activities that are actually going to be important for. This is the energy demand sector, and obviously this is going to be rising dramatically if we continue to grow in these areas and continue to look at from a perspective of how we look at it. And many of these graphs are in fact, appears to be continuously linear, but I think it may be dramatically changing as we continue to take climate change as an important activity. You can see at least all the countries are trying to come up with policy guidelines. If they're implementing it or not, it's not sure right now, but they certainly have clear-cut policies of bringing down the chemical industries across the world in a given point of time. So what is paradoxically India's situation? It's always paradoxical in the way our country is actually. And this is an interesting example to look at actually. Now India, and this is a concept, what is called carbon economy concept actually. If you only look at the carbon atom economy, you will look at that India imports about 350 million tons of carbon in the form of fossil energy. And then we burn all this fossil fuel to produce 2.6 gigaton of carbon dioxide emission actually. So in fact, we buy carbon and we release these carbons in different forms actually, and then it becomes carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, methane of different forms. And then we throw away 450 million tons of carbonaceous resource, which is our agro waste actually, because our agriculture is very large, because we feed very large number of people, and we actually throw away these agriculture in a way, and therefore this thrown away carbon atom has to be through biomanufacturing industry converted into chemical sector, such that this creates an economy that is very viable, sustainable, and what we call zero carbon economy. And in fact, India has already committed itself to reduce its emissions by 45% by 2030. So therefore, there is no option but to embrace these technologies at the given point of time. So this is the program the department is actually envisaging right now, what we call high-performance biomanufacturing. It's an integrated approach towards circular economy, and as many of you would have realized, the budget also announcement had green growth as one of the major parameter actually. So this involves economically viable production of various materials, and I think the challenge is that while chemical and physical and manufacturing processes, biological systems are not yet well understood, and the universal design principles are not there. And I think this is where the digital and the data world, in fact, will help us to really envisage and identify these activities to be able to look at. And the plan is to set up what I like to call bio-AI innovation hubs in future across country, where various technologies, which include digital health as one of the mechanism, but for all these sectors, such that you actually expand into areas and biological work can in fact get connected in a way that we look at it. I come back to the final and the main slides of this today's talk was, the key, what we're discussing about. And this is the scenario, if we really look at healthcare and medicine, is at the crossroads, at least in the developed nations actually. There are increasing expenditures, reduced life expectancy, deteriorating health outcomes because you're not living longer. In fact, in all countries report decrease in their life expectancy in all developed nations. And obviously the models are failing actually. The hospital model itself is a failed business model everywhere. And the insurance sector, the health model, you spend enormous amount of money in doing these kind of business model, it's still struggling to look at it. So how do we really build this actually? And this is something that, it's possible to really think of in say 35 years or 40 years to happen. Can the healthcare system transit from institutions to your home actually? Can it be an Amazon, be really the way in which, because if you want to imagine, if you say we are 1.4 billion people, and if any given point of time, 10% of the people requires hospitalization, you're never going to have enough number of hospitals to be able to hospitalize them. So you will have to create areas and mechanisms by which this will work. So I actually think, as many of you have discussed as well, I would suggest, is what we really work now is what is called reactive health actually. You seek health when you are ill, then the consumer sorts through various options, so you keep identifying which doctors to go to. Then the data is captured do the diagnosis, and then the treatment begins actually. So it's all a process, what is called reactive actually process. Now this reactive process will get converted to a proactive health, where the data will be captured through medical grade wearables, as somebody showed his wearables that you were wearing all the while. The care option reaches out when ill. Historical data available on genetic and biomarkers, and decision on home treatment and hospitalization will be taken then and care as well. As Dr. Sethi said, our hospital is the best place to get admitted to, and many of you would realize, in fact, this is likely to change. To do all this, it's not easy actually, right? It's really what this center, I think, can make dimensional changes to the country's way of thinking if one wants to envisage this end-to-end picture. And I must say, I think, Rizwan, it was wonderful for you to really set this center, because that's going to be the dimension change the dimension of it. So I don't want to go into these redefining diagnostics actually. Many of these, all of you know of this, and I think this industry is anyway growing like crazy actually. So that's the way to go. But really, to look at three circles of optimizations are very, very critical actually. So technology to improve the lives, which are the point of care contacts and precision medicine. Informatics-enabled healthcare delivery, which is actually the telemedicine or use of AI, ML, and robotics. And the data registry that we all talk about. And it's really these three pieces have to come together to really work into a system that will work out there. So Department of Biotechnology is also actually already initiated programs around data to make sure that the biology world also starts to talk more and more about data actually, not just the work. So this is a program what we call Dare to Erad, which is data-driven research to eradicate TB actually. And in fact, TB Mukt Bharat, which is what we are all, at least we have this ambitious plan of resolving TB by 2025. What department has done is actually have started genomic surveillance consortium of doing large number of genomics such that, the treatment of extrapulmonary TB as well as pulmonary tuberculosis, in fact, can be done by the data method, not by the classical culturing method, which typically take 3 weeks to look at it. So can we generate large number of genome sequences? Can we train data on it? And can we start predicting? And this data has to be collected across India if you want to implement across India, and therefore it's important to have a very large program. In fact, we believe that next 2 years, we'll be ready with at least 35 to 40,000 genomes of Mycobacterium tuberculosis, from which one can identify and carry out this activity. Similarly, we have this mission program on pediatric rare genetic diseases, actually, again, a very, very important area in our country. The rare diseases are not really rare in numbers because rare means millions, and million is a very large number to treat, actually. How do you identify them? How do you look at these? what you need to do actually. And of course, you need to do genomics-based technology development, which is what is going on across institutions in several centers. And then obviously, can we start treating them is where another option of gene therapy and other cell-based therapies that is again a very growing area actually. To be able to do this, we're also setting up data centers and policy guidelines, which are actually also of empowering nature, which actually, so that every single data that is generated in India is actually put together in these data resource centers, such that it's managed at the central level. Because otherwise, if you keep sharing data outside and one fine day somebody decides not to give any more data to you, you're going to be in trouble actually. So there are a large number of bioinformatics centers that have been set up across the country. There are 46 of these. And what we are trying to give them mandate, and I would like to seek help of these kind of centers to be able to define challenges to each one of these centers such that they can create various mechanisms to be able to carry out and what they can deliver actually. Because very often these centers are set up, but there are no directions and no clear-cut ideas and principles given to them how they can network. And this is a very large investment from Department of Biotechnology. Almost 50 crores of rupees actually goes into maintaining these data centers across the country. Of course, we've also set up an IBDC, which is Indian Biological Data Center actually, which is where we are saying that this is going to be the repository of all the data that is freely accessible to all the people in the country so that you can use it and you can catalyze these activities. And I think this was recently dedicated to nation by Honorable Minister actually. And this is where the activities are going on. You can see the INSACOG data actually after great difficulty. We've been able to compile them together and being able to put together at one place. And some of you may recognize this graph, but this is the SARS-CoV-2 genome evolution processes, which is actually the way for the last 2 years, the genomes of SARS-CoV-2 has evolved, and now we are with XBP 111.16. And you can see this is the first time in the country that we have done genomics-based surveillance of a kind that we have not seen before actually. And I think, so therefore you can see that government is already putting its best together. It's making efforts, and if we really need to partner with people, be able to make impact into the activities actually. And many of you actually who have contributed to in various ways are here as well today actually. So I'm very glad to be able to look at. So I think this is anyway going to happen. There is no escape from it. I mean, data is getting produced in large quantities. It's just amazing how much of data and how much activities will be produced actually. The world is obviously very connected. And however, what need to change, and this is the CoWIN platform that you can imagine. I mean, never before or no country has yet done a vaccination program through a software-based apps actually. And I think this is the only mechanism of this level where more than 2.2 billion vaccines have been given to people has been able to do. And so government, believe me, is partner with academia, with institutions, and with industry in a way that it makes difference actually to the country's, nation's future. So I'll just stop here, but I wanted to share, there are many activities that I can go on talking, but I know the glucose has a certain concentration that it has to manage actually. And so I thought I'll leave you with one poem of mine that I actually like, because the challenge in India is the stereotypes actually. We kind of continue to survive and say, oh, we can't break the silos, or government is not willing to partner. They are always like this. They are very slow at it. Believe me, it's a game-changing time in this country's, and if you want to be part of it, this is the mechanism. And this is why I've kept this. This is a poem actually that some time back we had written. It's about how we make even animals actually stereotyped actually. And this is bhais ki vyatha bhais ki jaban se. So this is like bhais is saying this. Bachcha jab thoda bada hota hai to doodh mera pita hai. वो भी तो बोनमीटा डाल कर और निबंध लिखने के लिए गाय हाथी या कुत्ते क्यों? I don't know whether any one of you have written on bhais, but I have never written a poem on bhais. अगर बच्चा नहीं लिख पाता है तो बोलते हैं काला अक्षर भैंस बराबर, तो क्या दूसरे जानवर क्या पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट है? एंड यदि कोई गलती करे तो लोग कहते हैं गई भैंस पानी में, बाकी के जानवर क्या कोको कोला में जाते हैं? एंड यू कैन सी भैंस इज ऑलवेज ट्रीटेड बैडली एक्चुअली. देयर इज नेवर अ टाइम व्हेन यू आर एंड कोई ना सुने तो कोई ना सुने तो कहते हैं भैंस के आगे बीन बजाना, बाकी के आगे क्या लता मंगेशकर का गाना बजाते हैं? क्या बिगाड़ा है हमने? So So this is the way our country is, actually. I mean, we've entrapped ourselves, we have ensnared ourselves with kind of thoughts and ideas. But believe me, this country is for change, and we all need to be partner for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was truly insightful. May I now call upon Professor Kaliyappan, sir, Dean Strategy, to please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, sir.
May I request Dr. Rajesh Gokhale and Professor Kaliyappan to stay on the stage and request all the dignitaries, all the speakers, and also the faculty members, please come on stage for a photo op. Request Dr. Kanitkar also to make an announcement she wanted to make. So request all of you to please come on stage. Rizwan, Professor
Rekha ma'am.
Goody.
Wangikar sir.
Professor Jagannathan? Yeah.
Ahuja sir.
Dr. Tanmay?
Yes.
So I just wanted to take the thing forward of collaborative work that Dr. Rajesh Gokhale mentioned. Here at IIT itself, we are organizing IIT and MUHS together with the governance conference on 2nd and 3rd of June, which will be called, the name is also Sangam, because it's a synergy. Yes, it is a summit of academia, networking with government, allied health workers and medical professionals. So we're all coming together for good health, and digital health would also be part of it. So I thought this would be a good opportunity to announce about it.
I think if you want to shoot on the other side,
I think
because they've got this.
so that we can stop there.
You too?
Thank you everyone. We would now break for lunch, which is being served in the foyer on the ground floor and the first floor. I'd like to remind everyone that there are student posters for presentation available in the lunch area too. Please do spend some time trying to interact with the students. Also, everybody, we are short on time by now, that is pretty clear. We're requesting everyone to please assemble back by 3 p.m. here for the second panel discussion and for the vote of thanks. Also, there are 3 technical...
Also a reminder that we have technical colloquia after the next panel discussion. They are on areas, 3 specific areas. One is on disease modeling, the other is the role of NMR in healthcare. And third is on image processing.
After a rather sumptuous meal, I think it's time to jog our brains once again. We will now proceed with the second panel discussion for today. Startups in healthcare, leading the digital health revolution for India. Our session moderator for this panel, Dr. Kshitij Jadhav, a physician by training, a neuroscientist by choice, and an ML expert by design, is the first full-time faculty of Quetta Center for Digital Health. Dr. Kshitij is the bridge between clinicians and data scientists and engineers at KCDH, exactly what everybody's been talking about since morning in this symposium, that there has to be a bridge, so here he is. He has the right skill sets to address the healthcare problems. His research interests include investigating the role of stress in development of neuropsychiatric disorders and bringing machine learning solutions to healthcare. Sir, I request you to take your place on stage and commence with the panel discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for coming back to the auditorium. I hope those who are still enjoying their desserts come back in a moment. So without further ado, let's kickstart the second panel discussion here. So as everybody has rightly said, that India is at a cusp of a digital revolution with solutions such as unified payment interface contributing to the democratization of the financial landscape of India. Now, our country is home to approximately 27,000 startups, and of them, 8,000 of them are some way or the other associated with healthcare. So today we are going to have a panel discussion where we have invited 4 startup founders, some of whom we work very closely at KCDH. We'll be discussing how startups in healthcare could lead the digital revolution in India. So without further ado, let me invite our panelists for the day.
Can we help maybe a junior oncologist, a nursing practitioner, a nurse, get access to the same recommendation of a category 1 protocol that they can administer, taking care of all the standard nuances that happen in an onco ward, and maybe help a patient at the periphery get treated with the same standard of care that he would get maybe at a TMH or an AIMS or a Fortis or wherever. So that's the premise on which Cancer RX was born. The other thing that we're trying to do is there is plenty of data, but because there's no digitization, we really don't have insights on what works best for the Indian subset. So what you want to do is, sort of build a wrapper and say, based on studies for so many patients, like Dr. Ramesh just now said that, whatever recommendations we have are based on the 40 registries that exist. Can we have large-scale data and then have useful insights which help with bringing more homogeneity in care? So essentially what brings me here is partnerships. Can we work with maybe KCDO? Can we work with NCG? Can we work with TMH? And sort of, distribute the model better and actually make a difference and impact a billion lives.
Okay, thank you, Manisha. And actually, I will ask Vishnu the same question now. So why do you feel multi-omics data analysis and interpretation is central to metabolic health understanding? And how was this vision central to you starting Visi?
Yeah. In fact, when Visi started, I was already an entrepreneur working on something very different from what Visi is doing. So we were working on heart failure patients. We are creating data models to especially predict their readmission rates, because in US, heart failure patients readmission is one of the major criteria for quality and also one of the most expensive things. So we were working on that, but at that time, my mom had diabetes. So in India, it's very, very common, right? Like everyone is expected to have diabetes, but we have some family problem where since last 3 generations, my great-grandfather had diabetes. He expired well before he turned 40. So same with my grandfather and with both my uncles. Both my uncles were doctors. One of them was an orthopedic surgeon like me. So we always dread, like, if somebody gets diabetes in our family, people are not going to survive. My mom always used to tell, don't put on weight, don't eat sugar, all that, if you get diabetes. So when she got it, we were like, there were only 2 options. Either you go for the standard treatment which is available, right? Like taking medicine, continuously monitoring your sugar or something, or we went like, can we do something more than what is done? Even the best possible treatment. We went to Jocelyn Diabetes with her. So even the best thing they offered was only, again, the same thing. Like, okay, now your HbA1c is this, take this medicine and then do some diet. So we said, like, can we reverse it? What causes diabetes? And it was a personal journey which started from there. And I found that diabetes is not even a problem. Like, the problem is metabolic health, and diabetes is just one part of the spectrum. And metabolic health happens because of insulin resistance. When we went to crack insulin resistance, we found that insulin resistance has multifactorial causes. And this has led me to a journey where now I work on multiomics, because we feel that metabolic health is a problem which starts when a mother is pregnant. From there it starts and it ends up having all the other complications. It is a full spectrum of life, and to crack that, we needed all this data. So that's what my journey has been. I exited my previous company, started this. Since last 4 years, I'm only working on this. I work with so many other universities here also. That's what I'm trying to do. So it's been.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vishnu. Surajit, asking you the same question, why move away from a potentially thriving medical practice, and then start something as difficult as Raxa?
I think the presumption that it would be a thriving medical practice is a bit of a, perhaps, an over-expectation. But, I mean, two simple reasons. I grew up in Ames. Outside Ames, my father was a doctor then. And there were people who had sold their land and were sleeping outside, just waiting for an appointment. They would not get the appointment, and when they got there, if they were lucky enough to get an appointment, the average cost of Ames, and this is from the Planning Commission, the predecessor for the Niti Aayog, the cost was about 60% of a private hospitalization. So they would sell their land, the largest cause of destitution, as you know, and they would get bad quality care. I resisted being a doctor, even though my grandfather and father were one, but I was bamboozled into being one when I went to the US, and I was trained in the US. But I always wanted to do something about the system. The reason why it's a startup is because the only thing that can solve this is that we won't have enough money to pay for humans. Right? The average, there's an estimate from an AIMS study that the average doctor costs about 1 crore. Depending on what distributional statistics you believe, we need about somewhere between 2 to 5 million doctors. We don't have 2 to 5 million crores as a society to spend on it. So the only thing that can solve this at scale is software. The only thing that can actually scale fast enough in software is a startup, hence I started it. But the real reason is probably, I was reflecting on this, it's probably more deep. Because my mother, actually, while she was married to a professor at Ames, a long-standing professor at Ames, was taken ill with the symptoms of a stroke, right? And she had predisposing conditions that would give rise to that. She showed up in Ames, and I love Ames, so this is not a... she showed up at Ames within the window. There's a window, right? I think at about 1 hour, 10 minutes. Ames was the only place where she could have gotten a clot-buster drug, but only after an MRI. She got the MRI in time because she was connected. And a clot-buster drug, the only place in India, was not administered to her. My sense is that had those practitioners the capability of having decision support, her stroke could have been saved. She lived for another 16 years, but she, being a kind of a concert pianist level, could not use her right arm and not walk anymore. So it's probably a psychological reason for all these things, and I just thought I would mention that.
Thank you. Now, finally asking Rimjim, who is a fellow neuroscientist, who I'm very jealous of, right? Like, so what was the motivation to start BrainSight, immediately after your PhD? So why not do what I did? Like, I went for a postdoc. Like, you started a company. Like, why did you do that?
Because I was outright in love with the complexity of brain. And I felt that most of the people who like it are not actually making software out of it. Because doctors are not having the information they could have had with, given that brain is so complex and so much more can be extracted out of it, it would change the way how surgeries work, how psychiatry work, everything. And that's why it is very important to focus on it more. So that was my major inspiration to come and start this startup. However, it was not immediately after my PhD. I took some time. I worked in 2 companies in between, in corporate world, to understand how the corporate world works, which is not necessarily going to be the same case with all the startups as well.
Okay, thank you. So now let's dig a bit further, okay? And coming back to Surajit, okay? So Surajit, what are the problems that you observe in the last mile delivery of healthcare? And how do you think digital solutions can afford a solution to this?
My view on last mile delivery of healthcare is that we make a fundamental mistake in healthcare. And we've made it for about 150 years now. In the 19th century, there was there were people we call doctors, but they were largely barbers, bloodletters. And it was so rampant, the practice was so rampant that in 1910, there was, in the US, sorry, I was trained in the US, so I know the reference. Abraham Flexner came up with a report, said there's this proliferation of all these people doing all kinds of practices, we must actually control the supply, right, and increase the quality. What that did was create that Ames problem. When you work in the villages and slums, as I do as a doctor, you'll have 500 people that you see within 2 hours. And the average, patient sees a doctor for like 10 minutes every year. 2 to 3 visits per year times about 3 to 4 minutes, right? Why is that? Is that enough to make a diagnosis to actually treat the patient? No.
Right.
So what we're doing is we're creating a whole bunch of like primitive data structures, like sodium. Why should anyone need to know what a sodium is? Is that in any way of value to a patient? It's not. What you need is someone to be able, or an entity to be able to interpret that in the way that a traditional family doctor used to do. I think you should reduce how much salt you eat. That's something that's interpreted, right? So the last mile problem is a function of us having too little time and having made the supply so constrained. So it's made into a kind of a caste. That is, that the entrance is too little. As a result, we won't be able to supply the end user with good information. However, if you scale, if you think of this as a optimization problem, and if you scale quality and time, right? So we're giving, right now, our solution is very little time, a high amount of quality, right? You could do like, as is done in Cuba and Venezuela, you could reduce the presumptive quality and increase the supply. Or you could do something in AI, which is, and the quality will just keep getting better, and increase the supply. That's the only way to solve this at scale. Last mile, I think, through humans is not, in our country, is not possible.
Okay. Coming back to Manisha, right? And so if you're a chemist by training, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
And so how difficult was it for you to transition to healthcare?
Actually, very, very easy. My grandparents were doctors.
Okay.
I'm the first grandchild in the family. My mom worked, she left me with my grandparents, and I grew up in an OPD. So the first waking memory that I have is sitting in an OPD. And that's that. I guess it just gets into your DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just gets into your DNA, I guess.
Okay. So coming back to Rimjim, okay. So when you transitioned from academia to industry and now as a CTO of Brainsight, so how did your perspective change from towards science and towards digital solutions per se?
Actually, it has been a long learning curve because my work was majorly understanding machine learning. I was doing PhD in machine learning for psychiatry. So there was a component where there is technology as well as there is biological sciences, which is not there in most of the education. So that helped me in understanding how the corporate world works, the industry works, and also helping in understanding how the biological world and the clinical world works. So I have like biological component, which is life science. I have psychiatry, which is clinical sciences, and also I have machine learning. So that helped me in understanding these three things. Over the curve where I had to learn was understanding the business part of it, which was a huge learning for me coming into the startup.
So is the jump from being an academician to learning the business part of it the biggest hurdle you think, or biggest jump that you have to take?
It is about the mindset switch that you will need to work in much faster pace. Academia usually is slightly slower because you are working on a particular focus point and you are experimenting a lot on that part. But when it comes to industry, you have to be very quick, prove, validate super fast so that you can take your whatever you are building to market as soon as possible and show it to the stakeholders. It cannot be in silo. So that has been a new learning.
Okay, great. Now a question to Vishnu, and I think everybody is would be fascinated that you have been a combat trauma surgeon. First, if you Google you, that is one of the first things that pops up. But then what inspired you to get into data sciences? Like a combat trauma surgeon, potentially like you have been an advisor as well to several hospitals. Then suddenly you moved to data analytics and machine learning. So what was the inspiration to do that?
I feel my childhood passion gets reflected in me again coming back to data science. I always loved maths. My sister wanted to become doctor. I wanted to become a computer engineer, come to IIT. But my mother always wanted me to become a doctor because her father is a doctor. So it's a legacy in our family. So I went to medicine, did very well. Combat surgeon, I was working in United Nations as Director of Medical Services for African region. I had an office in New York, so I used to fly down here, used to work a lot. There, again, I got exposed to digital technology, the power of it, because I was dealing with God-forsaken countries like Central Africa and all, where forget about orthopedic surgeon, you will not even get a nurse who can manage a trauma patient. And I have some specialization called clubfoot, correcting the clubfoot. And I taught not even nurses, somebody who just does some, in India we call them as RMPs. Those people we taught to do this because you don't get anyone. So that's where we started using technology, because it was like 15 years back, 10 years back, where even internet was not there in many of these countries. And Indian Army, who has this mechanical engineering services, they come and put some internet there. And we started managing these patients from South Africa, like helping those people who are there to manage these patients, triage them. That's when I got exposed to this world of digital technology, how we can use telemedicine when it was not even a big thing. That's what again spurred my interest into digital health. Then I realized big data is going to come and this is going to change the healthcare. And I saw very few doctors can understand technology. That's the problem with healthcare. All the others, fintech, everyone, everything has got disrupted because people who do that both understand technology and science and the business. But here, doctors, we stay in a separate world and technologists stay in a separate world. And MIT is a place where I found that there is a place where Harvard Medical School and MIT both interact together. There is an institute there which kind of is a mix of technologies and healthcare. So I went there. I liked the place, stayed there for 4 years, and then learned artificial intelligence and all this. Then it's kind of, obviously, entrepreneurship was the way out once you do that. Because I had taken so much risk from there, I had totally shifted my career. So why not take another risk, start a company? That's how it all happened.
So Surashit, the question to you. So you do hire people with digital skill sets, and what are your common pain points that you experience when you're hiring somebody with digital? You require somebody with data analytics, machine learning skill sets, who also understands health to some extent. So what are your common pain points when you try to hire somebody like that?
I think Andre Karpathy.
No.
Hello? Yeah. I think Andre Karpathy, who's one of the AI leaders at OpenAI, and recently said, I think it's true, that the newest programming language is now English. Right, because of LLMs. And I think that sort of underlines what we don't need. We don't need people working who in like who can move, lines of code around well. I think that's not what's going to come. I think we need people who are willing to think and who are willing to learn. Tools are developing at an alarming rate, frankly, but at a rate that anyone who can do something is going to be able to do it. So all we look for is someone who's frankly not been tainted by bad habits, but someone who's willing to learn and willing to think.
So what are the bad habits?
Well, listening to other people.
Is the bad habit or not able to listen to others?
I think listening to other people too much is really a bad habit. I think all the things like unable to think for yourself. Someone who's not, and in this audience maybe I could like point out one thing, that there's a talented undergrad who we work with as part of our is Ojas here?
No, I don't.
Oh, he's not here. Yeah. He's got an exam right now. Yeah. So, and there's a piece of advice I'd like to give undergraduates starting out. That if you try and do something great, you will probably fail. And that's a good thing. Because what you will learn is how to try, and you'll maybe end up like 50% of great, 70% of great, and the time to make that choice is now. Don't try and make that choice when you're like my old age, because at that time, you have a lot of other constraints. Your brain doesn't work. My brain doesn't work at all. Your legs don't work. Everything doesn't work. But if you can make it now, and if you can try, I see this in, I was trained at Harvard, and I see people infected with the virus over there also, of not doing something great, doing something that is secure, and therefore, and always know one thing, that the person who's giving you a high salary is giving it because they can probably make more money than they're paying you, right? I mean, that's how businesses work. So if you want to do something great, use the opportunity now and really try and do something that can, in this kind of august arena, change this country from which we have gotten so much. So and I'm so happy to see the KCDH and Mr. Koita and Ms. Koita doing something which can really at least attempt to do it. So that's the advice I have.
So a slight extension of the same question to Rimjim actually. So what is the gap that you observe in a college-led tech startup who develop fantastic technologies, right? But sometimes, or many times, the product does not reach the market. So what do you think?
Yeah, so one of the pointers that he was putting in place was about listening. I do believe that mostly techies who are working in silos, they miss out to listen about the customers and also what they want. And in this case, which is a clinician, which is far off from their any experience that they have had before, it becomes very difficult for them to understand what they are building is actually required or not. So even if they are making some amazing deep tech product, it is very important to do a product market fit, which means that they have to go and ask in every small step, is this correct or not, or if this is the requirement or not. So, and also one of the inhibitions which are there is that technologists usually don't want to listen on the clinical understanding of it. They kind of switch off. It is like, I did not take mathematics because I hated biology, or vice versa. That is their usual reply. But that has to be kept separate when a person is working in healthcare. And they have to go out and understand the clinical part of it as well as the technology part of it. So these two are very essential things.
So let me ask you a controversial question after this, right? Because you brought it up, putting the onus on you now. So, like, what is easier, to teach a engineer some fundamental mathematics, some fundamental biology, and then they will solve the problem at hand, or it is easier to teach a biology guy, a doctor, some engineering perspectives? What do you think?
I think it is not required to teach, rather advise and guide. That would be enough. If the person is ready to grasp and learn further, that would be enough that you are getting a good guidance from the advisors you are having in company. Like we work with neurosurgeons and neuroradiologists. They keep on telling us, this is not right, this is right, and do this, don't do this, right? And you have to grasp it in a way. Sometimes all the devils are in the details. They also don't know how to have those words and conversation with the technologist. And it is really difficult to understand at times. They might be asking for faster horse, but actually it is the car they want.
Right.
So that is what the kind of interpretation is required. And that's why the analytic skill set and picking up the details are the two other skill set that is required in the students who will be hired.
Okay, thank you. Manisha, something about cancer RX. Since telemedicine is an important vertical for KCDH as well, I wanted to ask you is how is telemedicine contributing to the growth of cancer RX? So could you shed some light on that?
Yeah, so I would say So I would say accelerated adoption of digital technologies is definitely driving growth in healthcare. But the pain point in healthcare remains, slower adoption by doctors themselves. It was actually very heartwarming to hear Dr. Pramesh and Dr. Devi Shetty talk about digital adoption. But when you go on down to the brass tacks, it's actually just 10%, 15% of the hospitals who actually use any form of digital prescription at all. So I think if we can just sort of address that somehow, and maybe it will get addressed because there's government push on that, leaders like Dr. Pramesh and others are talking about it. So I think, that is what is going to lead to success of healthcare startups like ours.
Great. Now some really personal questions, if you guys don't mind, like still in the context of what we are doing. So to Vishnu here, and I'm pretty sure the students in the audience would really like to know that, could you tell us the story, because I know the story, so could you tell us the story about your first startup, Innovative Health, that you ended up selling to Babylon? Yeah. And then what happened to it? If you're comfortable telling that as well, it's fine.
I will tell both good and bad things about that. It's a nice story to understand and digest, especially if you are doing a startup. So I was taking a course called Machine Learning for Medicine in MIT, and we had to publish we had to present a project on how do you apply machine learning to a healthcare problem. So because I was the doctor, my classmate, my team had 4 people, and everyone looked upon me to come up with something. Then I found that heart failure is the biggest problem in US, and it costs this much dollars and all. It was some $20 billion problem. In US, anything you touch, it is 20 billion, 200 billion, whatever. So I just presented say that, why don't we monitor these people at home? I thought okay, let us monitor these people at home. They said, oh, in US, it's not India where your mom has you, your wife, and everyone taking care. People live alone there. Mostly people are alone, or they're in community homes or somewhere, this heart failure patient. So you need to use technology, and old people they don't use technology, right? So they can't use mobiles and all that. So we needed something which is very hands-off approach to monitor these patients. So we came up with some prototype and said that can we do this? And I don't know, out of 20 teams who presented, we got the first prize. And I was given a book called Startup by Eric Ries. Then I read that and I said, wow, this looks interesting. Let me come back to India. I just came for a week. And because I am from Indian healthcare, I work with a lot of doctors. I met the doctor who is that, maybe in world, he might be 3rd highest heart transplant surgeon. So I met him and said, sir, this is the plan. Do you want to use it? He said, oh, I have thousands of people who undergo this heart transplant. Why don't you use it? So we just made a small prototype and then started using it. I went back, never bothered about it. After 6 months, he calls back and says, my patients are feeling very happy about this, because after heart transplant, we never used to, continuously monitor them, and this is something very nice they are feeling. Why don't you really come and do this? Then we said, oh, this looks something interesting. We came, we didn't have any technology. We didn't even have an app. All I had is a concept, and then I hired 5 people, and then we started managing this patient. So as she said, product market fit, right? So you don't need like all super great technology to start something. Like all you need to do is like whether it helps people, whether it helps your customer. Here my customer was a heart failure patient who is there at home waiting for his heart transplant, and anything which makes him connected to the healthcare was helping them. So we found, then we slowly built the technology around it. Then we hired people who can do machine learning for us. We developed IoTs. So there was a company who was doing this fabric ECG. We tried a lot of things, and we really tested on 1,200 patients, and we see back like it was a nice algorithm which we built. We could predict few things like which patients will have this problem, which patients will do well, and all that. So that's how the product got built, and we wanted to launch it in US. In US, there is another big problem, like startups are killed in pilots. You go to a hospital, they will tell do a pilot, you will keep working for 2-3 years there, you will not get much data. India is a nice place to get this kind of data. So one thing, by default we came here, then we realized like there is something called Biopharmis, which is doing something similar, but they came from Singapore. Now they are a unicorn. So when Biopharmis was making a lot of sound, then Babylon found that we need something, that kind of technology to enter US market. One of my co-founder had worked in Babylon, so we knew Ali, who is the CEO of Babylon. They came, they saw that we worked with a lot of patients, and they said like, we want to invest in this company. But at that time, I had my change of mind. As I said, like I was going into multi-omics. So I said like, I want to quit this, and we quit. My co-founder still works as a CEO there. So they used this technology. They went to US. They got a big value-based care project in Minnesota, which is like $400 million worth to manage heart patients. This was the core there. But COVID stuck and Babylon's stock has really fallen down. They have not done well because that whole value-based care didn't work out with them, because they could not make people use the technology. In India, it was easy because we depended on patients' relatives to make them use this. There was no one, so that's where it failed. Okay. So it was a good thing for us, but I don't know if they really did well using that.
Thank you. Coming back to Rimjim, so since your playground is the hospitals, right? So how do you convince medical professionals the value that BrainSight brings to the table? So what are the keywords that you use? Because I know that you work with quite a few radiology people now, and it's not easy, right, talking to doctors. So what do you do there?
Yeah, it is so different that it is different from one department to another department. Okay. But that's it. It is about learning how to navigate throughout these departments. We work with the neuroradiologists very closely, and that's how we understood most of the things that they are saying and what they want to have in the product. Our product started from psychiatry actually, and slowly we realized, just to first give a brief, that we give a lot of functional details of the brain. So what kind of language network is there, where is the language network in the brain, where is the cognitive network in the brain. So all these details we give. It started with psychiatry because we wanted to do and understand more of the psychiatric disorders. It is still in the pipeline. However, we got a really huge pull from neurosurgeons. They wanted to use this for pre-surgical planning so that it can be better in terms of functional outcomes of the patient post-surgery. So that is how now the language I'm talking is, I am not using the words that they use, like eloquent cortex mapping, which is used for 3 kinds of network in the brain. So these all we have learned over the time, interacting with the doctors, and that is how we navigate. Like we learn with the clinician itself.
Great. A few last questions from my side to both of you, and then we could open it to the audience. So Manisha, can you give us a deep insight on how CancerRx uses AI to reduce the time from diagnosis to treatment? Because that is your USP. So what do you do?
So we are a post-diagnosis tool. So post-diagnosis, what we do is we help an oncologist with a standard grade 1 recommendation based on the patient and the disease profile. And this is in a few seconds. The oncologist is able to get everything, the infuser information, nursing, patient directions, everything. So this kind of reduces the time from a classical setting of about, say, 30 minutes per consult to less than 5 minutes.
Okay.
And the other bit is, in India, we have a lot of patients in the periphery. Now, most of these patients travel to larger towns and cities. So what this means is that post-diagnosis, there's no treatment which is happening, and the disease is progressing. So when you start giving access to patients at the peripheral centers, what happens is that the treatment starts there, and the disease progression which would have happened in the next 1 month or 2 months that the patient planned for finances and travel and everything, that gets taken care of. So this is how we are able to reduce time using cancer analysis.
Perfect. A final question to Surajit, and I cannot not ask you this question, right? So let me ask you this question. So generative LLMs, ChatGPT, why do you think they will revolutionize medical practice, or do you think they will revolutionize medical practice?
I think the people here are much better placed to discuss that than me. But in the work that we've done up to this point, I'll make a contrast between two things. So we published a paper with SRI, Stanford Research Institute, on predicting surgical outcomes from unstructured text, right? So we used a random forest algorithm. It's your classic kind of classifier, supervised learning approach. You can predict with about 2,000 characters, plain ASCII characters, 93% of outcomes. Great. You give that information to someone, and what do? You give it to a doctor. The person says that, oh, this patient may die or have a complication. Let me do more stuff. Right? Now that's changing the game, right? You're over-treating the patient. So you don't know what's going to happen after that. You give it to the patient. They go and try and kill the doctor. So there are, I'm using that word, although I think there have been some, beatings up. Here's another story. So we work in rural areas, using knowledge graphs. So expert-created strings to build up an expert system. And so we've done about 10,000 patients with that. The problem with that is that a knowledge graph, when created by a human, is way too brittle in order to be able to maintain and to add to and change over time. So traditional, I'm calling them traditional algorithms prior to generative AI was, has a lot of issues. And it's always been like a holy grail for people like myself who have a foot in both domains. But now if you come to generative AI solves both problems. The second problem it solves by filling in all the problems. So you can actually do some reinforcement learning through human feedback on certain parts of the policy space, right? So let's say, when my leg hurts, don't cut it off. That's one rule that you put in. And so generative AI can say that, okay, I'm going to fill in that policy space up to the point where you say that when someone has diabetes, treat them with enalapril and hypertension, right? And so you can fill that in. So you don't have to have a human who's going to painstakingly, as we were trying to do, populate that whole thing with full granularity. So generative AI fills, because it hallucinates, but so does the brain. Humans do that all the time. We in medical school, you learned, one patient would tell you something, and then you'd never see that patient again. But you fill in, you hallucinate what's going to happen. So that's example number one. Example number two is the idea of what to do. So if you classify into predefined bins, you have a surgical outcome which is more likely to end up in a complication of, let's say, ICU. This is the paper that we published, right? How does that actually make sense to the end user? It doesn't. What you need is a interaction with, which people want. And as I alluded to earlier in this hour, what people really want is to be able to not know the primitive, values. It's like assembly code. I don't care about what assembly code is anymore. I just want to know what it all means to me. Right? So a doctor talks to me. A generative AI can talk to you, can interpret all the things that are relevant and talk to you. So patients and doctors will be able to have a much more like sticky bandwidth session with an AI if it's done in the way that they've been socialized and we've been evolved through language to be able to fulfill.
Thank you. So let's have a few questions from the audience. And yes, you can.
So, quite a few of the engineering curricula around the country, biology has become a core subject, right? Do you think in the medical space, mathematics and programming should be a core subject in the medical curriculum?
Who do you want this question to be answered by?
Maybe I'll take, yeah.
And yeah, of course, Kshitij also is there. So you can discuss it amongst yourselves and tell me. But another thing is that you said that you want people to people who cannot move lines of code because types of codes and tools are being produced every day, lots and lots of them. Yes, but someone is producing those tools. So you will need those tool builders also in place, don't you? Who are going to move lines of code and produce the tools?
Okay, are you sure that someone is building those tools? It could be AutoML, right? I mean, it could be, but that's a bit of levity. But so what's your question, that biology should be in engineering or engineering should be in biology?
Biology is already there in many engineering programs.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay. At least in IT.
Yeah.
Medical schools, I don't see them having programming or mathematics as part of their program.
My daughter's in, yeah, my daughter's in 10th standard. She was just choosing her stream. She was going to study PCM biology, right? She has chosen not to. I said, why? She said, I'm interested in biology, but I kind of like computers more. Biology, I mean, I took biology in school here as well. It was just like learning a bunch of facts and learning 3 facts about those labels, right? I mean, it really isn't that interesting. Engineering, I think I'm much more an engineer. I then learned biology that was very focused on, I'm a computational neuroscientist, and so on the kinds of things that were relevant for medical school as well as computational neuroscience, as neuroscience. So I think that software is eating the world, to paraphrase Mark Andreessen, and so it is inevitable that it's going to invade all kinds of education.
Yeah, so I could actually just build on that. So I could say, why should doctors learn to code? Like a simple question, right? I think there are several problem statements in the medical field that can be solved by thinking from a machine learning perspective. The sheer ability to think like that comes if you can code. And you don't need to be somebody like Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan to code fantastically, right? Even if you're able to understand that such a solution can come or can be offered because now I understand how machine learning works, should be sufficient enough. And actually, to address that problem, we are writing a book together to solve this specific problem. How to bring coding skills to life sciences background individuals, and how will engineering background individuals understand sufficiently well to converse with doctors, which is the biggest problem. So yeah, to answer that question.
I would actually like to add to it, if you remember that Max Hospital in Saket is taking an initiative. So many hospitals now are recognizing this gap in between, and they are taking the initiative. And there are some courses that they are putting in place, like fellowship programs of 6 months and 1 year. We don't need to incorporate in full-time curriculum maybe, but having such programs would also help in understanding a lot of those details.
I see a huge lack of maths and stats with a real statistics learning or understanding and all that. So it's very, very important that you know.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Hello. Yeah. Hi. Hi, sir. Hi, everyone.
Yeah, just one small question.
I'm just asking.
Yeah. So I'm a student of IIT Bombay, and before this, I had a startup. So the startup was I had a problem of booking a table in a restaurant. So I started a company based on that. Now my question is very simple and very important. Like if I want, so I work in machine learning, and if I want to explore and find a problem to start a company in a healthcare center, since I am a tech person, I don't know this, and I can't experience that problem. For example, I have a restaurant problem, I can start a company on restaurant. I have a fintech problem, I can start a company on fintech. But coming for the healthcare center thing, healthcare domain, how to find a problem, how to explore that sector. So that's the...
Anybody?
Yeah, I think all of you can give one line, like how to explore, like how to start with that.
So there are many. Hello. So you can do observerships in the hospitals. There is possibility of doing observership in hospital. It would be like 1 month or 2 months of observership. Whatever you feel like you are more inclined to a particular department, you like to solve a problem in, let's say, cardio, you can go and request for observership. Many hospitals actually provide that observership. So you will find the gaps from there, and then you will also have few guidance from the doctors to start with. And then you can expand there further. If you don't like that department, you can switch the department and go into another department. I'm telling it from the experience from NIMHANS. My institute had that observership capability.
Yeah, Vishnu.
See, healthcare has two different problems. One is doctor problem, one is patient problem. So if you have to find a problem which is faced by the patients, you don't need to go to a doctor. You can talk to anyone, they will tell you 100 problems with the healthcare, right? You talk to all the people in the audience, everyone will have some problem. So that's one problem which can be solved. But if you want to solve doctor's problem, like say, last time I was talking in a conference of bariatric surgeons, and they had a problem how to measure the intestinal length, which they do it, because it's like when you are operating, it's very coiled, you know, it's like a rope. So it's very difficult to measure the length while they're operating, and they have to cut it very precisely. So that was the problem, and they asked, like, can machine learning solve this problem? Can we do visual any? So these are the problems which are there, but you can only understand if you are like closely working with a hospital or if you have that experience. But patient problems, all the big companies in health tech now, like selling medicines and all, are totally not doctors' problem. Doctors haven't started, most of them. They have started by people who have experienced the healthcare problem. So both ways it works. So that's one good thing about healthcare. You can start as a patient, you can work as a doctor.
Okay, maybe we have time for one last question and then we call it a day.
Yeah, it was very inspiring to see 4 successful startups. Like Vishnu, I also worked with the United Nations and the World Bank. And so many startups were born in my heart and died in my brain. A startup requires 2 things. One is the passion. You need the drive and the passion. But also you need the revenue and the financing in the market to sustain it. So between the passion and between sustaining, how do you find that sweet spot for the startup? And how do you stay in that sweet spot that it doesn't fall into the valley of death, which is what 90% of the startups do? So the balance between your passion and between making it sustainable.
Yeah. If there was a formula or framework, then then 95% of the startups would not fail, right? So that's the real scary statistic if you see. But what I can say from my own perspective and having seen a lot of people who have succeeded and who have failed is, once you embark on a journey of a startup, don't do it half-heartedly. Many startups fail because of that. Product market fit is number 2 cause. The real cause is with the founders themselves, because you can pivot anytime. As a startup, that's the biggest advantage. If something is not working, you can pivot, but but you should make up your mind that I'm going to, somehow make this successful. What happens is many people do it as part-time, half-time, I do this and that. So that's one of the major problems why people don't succeed in startups, because it has to be a full-time thing. Like you can't do half-heartedly. I have not seen startups really doing big if somebody has done it as a part-time. Maybe you can work as a side gig, but some big startup which has really succeeded well has always had founders who are like very passionate about it. And believe me, it's very painful. A lot of problems come. Like it looks nice when somebody who has succeeded talks, but if you talk to a person who has failed, it's really painful thing. So it's very risky and also very painful. We have, I'm sure that all four of us have passed through phases where we were like, why did we even come here? Kind of question surely would have raised. I have not seen a founder who hasn't gone through that stage, but either you earn or learn is what I believe. So you learn or you earn. So learning is also a good thing for, it's a way where you can earn. So one sentence, if I have to tell my experience, if you want to do startup, do it with all your heart. Don't do it half-heartedly. Many people try to do that, and I have never seen somebody succeed doing that.
Okay, final comments by anyone?
I think between sustainability and following your passion, I think it's a good idea to validate the market, establish PMF. Right now, I think 5 years back, a lot of funding opportunities were not available, but today they are. The government really supports the startup ecosystem. Good to raise some money, validate what you're doing, and then, if you fail, then you fail quickly, and then you move on to the next problem. We are a country with a billion-plus population. We have many, 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 many problems. And, I'm sure we could solve some of them.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Ganesh Ramakrishnan, sir, to please come on stage to facilitate our panelists. Ms. Manisha Soin. Dr. Rimjim Agrawal. Dr. Surajit Nandi. Dr. Vishnu Vardhan. Can we have the applause coming in, please? Thank you, panelists. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Kshitij, sir, to please present the vote of thanks.
So last few minutes before we go to the colloquia. So first, I would like to thank all of you for joining us for celebrating today. I would like to take some time to recognize a few very special individuals for their commitment, hard work, and foresight, all of which were catalytic in the completion of this facility. First, I would like to thank Ms. Rekha and Mr. Rizwan Koita and Koita Foundation for their generous contribution towards the setting up of the Koita Center for Digital Health. Your commitment and vision for your alma mater will make the Institute proud in various avenues in digital health. You have sown the seeds, and now it is upon us to bring this to fruition. I would also extend my sincerest gratitude towards our director, Professor Subhashish Chaudhary, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but has been a guiding light in this novel endeavor. I would also like to thank our Dean ACR, Professor Goody, for helping us navigate our way into the digital health partnerships. Next, I would like to thank Professor Ganesh Ramakrishnan, Professor in charge, Koita Center for Digital Health, for his tireless efforts and commitment, seconded by none. Professor Ganesh, your unwavering enthusiasm and ability to find solutions while keeping the ship pointed in the right direction has been central to the growth of KCDH in the last 2 years. I would like to thank Professor Pramod Wangikar, who has helped us understand the entire EOI process and brought in his expertise from his WRCB days. Professor Wangikar, I also thank you for the fantastic moderation of the first panel discussion today. Professor Surli Mukhopadhyay has helped us immensely in laying the foundation of the center and shouldered many critical responsibilities along with Professor Ganesh by holding the fort for many collaborative partnerships. Further, she heads our flagship National Disease Modeling Consortium, which will put KCDH on the public health map of the country. Now, no one has publicized KCDH as well as Professor Amit through his publications, his research, and social media presence. So I would like to thank Professor Amit, who has been one of the core faculties for KCDH. I'd also like to thank Professor Ashutosh for being the academic in charge of KCDH and bringing his expertise from BSB to KCDH. Now, importantly, this day would be incomplete without remembering Professor Rinti Banerjee, who was leading KCDH core faculty team before we lost her to COVID. However, her core principles continue to drive KCDH even today, and the entire KCDH team thanks her for this. Now, every single faculty associated with KCDH has played an influential role in the center, and their mere presence adds a great value to our team. I would also like to thank our adjunct faculty, Dr. Nirmal Punjabi, our distinguished visiting faculty, Professor Jagannathan, as well as our visiting faculty, Dr. Kaustup, who have invested in the growth of KCDH. On a lighter note, I would like to thank the first full-time faculty of Koita Center for Digital Health, which is me, for making the right choice of joining Koita Center for Digital Health. The exposure here and the working experience has been nothing less than rewarding or satisfying. Now I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our KCDH team, Dr. Bhagwati Prasad, our CEO, Seema and Smita, S1 and S2 as we call them, Dr. Rashmi, Dr. Venkatpati, Varalakshmi, Vidhiti, Poonam for the tremendous efforts that have gone for the smooth functioning of this event and this project since its conception. I would also wish to thank Drishti Trivedi from Koita Foundation for helping in putting together a fantastic and unique website. Now I thank Professor S. Sudarshan, Deputy Director, Academic and Infrastructure Affairs, and Professor Varsha Apte and Professor Kavi Arya, who have been a great support for KCDH for giving it space. I also thank Professor Tom Matthew, Dean Infrastructure Planning and Support, for all the infrastructure support that has been afforded to us. All other institute functionaries who have supported this center from time to time for various activities due to which we have been able to reach this milestone, I thank them on the behalf of the KCDH team. I would also like to thank all our esteemed guests for taking out time out of the busy schedule on a Monday morning and afternoon and intellectually contributing to the KCDH inauguration. This event would have been incomplete without you, and I thank you for making it a successful event. I would like to thank Ramesh ji from Design Cells, as well as the Public Health Office, Estate Office, EMD, PRO, CDEP, and all our very own Plants Nursery for having extended their extraordinary support for us today, and I thank them for this. And finally, I'd like to thank the Dean ACR team, especially Varsha Mapankar, Priyanka, Tejas, and Huren for their efforts in helping the center's routine activities. I'd like to specially acknowledge and thank Mr. Ravi Shankar, CEO DRF, and his team members, Dr. Padma Satish, Gayatri, Nidhi, Shekhar, Sagar, Dipti, Prachi, Bhairav, Rukmini, Alex, and Indranil for making this event a grand success. Thank you all for all your hard work and tenacity in ensuring the swift and timely launch of KCDH. And with this, I thank the august audience for taking out time today, attending our sessions, and making it a grand success. Thank you very much.